Hmm. Hmm. Oh. Okay, I'm starting the day off great. I couldn't figure out why my picture didn't show up. Okay, nothing wrong with me today. I have a pop-up camera on my computer and I forgot to pop it up. Why don't I show up? I hope everyone's having a great day. We have a wonderful lineup today. I hope you enjoyed that music. That was actually a binaural beats meditation music from Pond 5 that I got. Our first speaker today will start in a moment, and she is Swanette and lives in Madeira, a beautiful, beautiful island off the coast of Portugal. Then we have Ava Goulet, who is an incredible lady trying to teach spirituality to children. She has these wonderful camps. And then we'll have Sherry Mertz, who's an author. Mindy Hubner, I think many of you will know Mindy. Takara Shaler was one of our speakers on the first day. Janice Steinbeck, who's going to teach us about tapping, all kinds of tapping things. And Jerry, who makes these incredible dolls. So I'm sure you're going to all love today's lineup. They're all very, very special people. So let's just do a quick morning blessing. Dear Divine, the all in all, we love you, we honor you, we appreciate you. We are so very grateful for this beautiful day. At least here in Cottonwood it's beautiful. I hope it's beautiful where you are. We thank you for all of the wonderful speakers, and we thank you that our summit has been such a great success. This is our third day, and everything has gone well, except for poor Darren, who got sick. Please bless him and keep him healthy. And thanks again to Melissa for helping to fill that space. So we have everyone today. And we bless everyone who joins us. And if you join us later through the replays, we bless you as well. So we thank the Divine for so much wonderful blessings that you have given us this beautiful day. How. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Love you, love you, love you. Soha, soha, soha. Okay, so I will now start the recording for Swanette. She is. So I need to do share screen. Swanette. Hello, everyone, and welcome. This next speaker at our summit is named Swanette Kunze, and she's on the beautiful, beautiful island of Madeira, which is just outside of Portugal. And I've seen pictures of it, and I want to go there. So Swanette is an engineer who turned into a business consultant and then left her career to become a mindset coach and energy healer. She supports people in their ascension process, healing them physically, emotionally, mentally, and spiritually. She also can look beyond the physical, as she is a psychic reader specializing in reading the Akashic records, as she has unlocked wisdom and healing modalities, which are in her DNA. Wow. She is a clairvoyant and a precognitive, which occurred when she had her near death experience at the age of 8. Her combination of spiritual and scientific backgrounds have resulted in powerful combination of science and the woo-woo world. So welcome, Swanette. What a great biography.
Thank you for having me.
So tell us your personal journey of how you got started in this profession of helping people as a coach and healer, and why is this your passion?
Yeah, so it was this moment when I was 8 years old that I was kind of close to the sky. So I had this near-death experience, and it was a moment I really was in a hospital, being in coma, and I could see myself lying on a bed, and the doctor stick in a long needle into my spinal cord. And at the same time, I could see that my parents were outside. They were not with me in the same room. And I felt this feeling of being drawn into the light. It was so peaceful and so calm and yeah, so loving. I really had this moment, I want to go there.
Mm.
And the next moment I was pushed back into my body. I felt this horrible pain because of this pain in my spinal cord. And I woke up from my own screaming and then fell back into coma again. And this situation, like being fainting away or like being in coma, happened when I was 8 until I was a young girl. And the doctors didn't know what happened, so I got different kind of medication. The idea was, oh, perhaps it was a meningitis or low blood pressure, but nobody really figured out what it was. And for me, this was already the moment that I had this feeling between, oh, there's on the one hand my body, and on the other hand, there's my soul. So this duality already appeared when I was 8 years old. And with that, it came that I could see beyond. It was not really that I already had words for that, what happened, but I always had more senses than the other children. And I felt different because I could see things or feel things the others were not aware of. And so for me, it was always like I was this strange girl, and I was totally interested into life. So not only like what is happening in this realm, but also in the other realms. So I already being a child, I read a lot of books about different things and like understanding about life. And so when I then started my first education, I started in medicine, and then I became an engineer in environmental technology. And so somehow I went into this science world. And with that, my abilities to look beyond disappeared. So for many years, I was not really able to use them. I always had this feeling, okay, I'm intuitive, but somehow it was like, okay, now being a scientist, we have facts. And with that, I made different decisions than I would have done with being more intuitive. And so for me, seeing now, looking back, okay, there is something that we have that normal people or people normally can ascend it, but it is that they are not aware that they have this connection to the higher realms. And for them, it is kind of, okay, when something happens and I get this déjà vus, or I get this feeling in my gut or in my belly that something feels wrong, they can't understand what is going on with them. And so for me, my passion is really to show people that this is not, they are not strange. So this is something that is real in a different way, but people can really have access to the higher realms and therefore make different decisions for their own life and for understanding where they want to go, perhaps also understanding their soul purpose and what their desires are. Yeah.
Yeah, through meditation, all of this is open to people, but those of us that have had NDEs, it literally changes our energy and it changes our connections and our wiring in our brain. When I was in medical school, we were learning how to use EEGs and EKGs and all the different tools that you use. And I asked my partners, we had lab partners, and I said, I want to know what's different. And will you stay after class and we'll do the EEG on each of us and compare, and then we'll each go into a meditative state. And I do hypnosis, meditation, and shamanism, and I wanted to know which one was deeper. And so we measured everybody. And my just normal, eyes open, talking, resting state had more theta delta than the other people had in meditation. And of the three states, the shamanic was the deepest, but I did it third. And it was possible that it's because I was already so connected. So I think no matter which state you use, if it's meditation, self hypnosis, whatever, you can get there. You just have to practice. But it did prove to me that, yeah, my brain had been changed. So when you say your DNA was changed, I believe that because I proved it. It really does change us. And so we're here to help people to reach that state for themselves. So I totally agree with that. So you help a lot of people, I know, both in your classes and in one-on-one consulting. So what do you see as a primary thing people need help with?
So at this moment, we are still in the situation in many countries of the pandemic. I see that a lot of people are in fear. They are in fear about their existence, their fear about their health or the health of the loved ones. They get separated because of the rules, so they feel isolated. And what I see is that a lot of people are in really low frequencies in their body. So all these feelings of fear and anxiety really are the ones that even destroy your immune system. Yeah. So what I feel is people at this moment really need help to bring up their vibration, their frequency, to come back into love, so to say. And so what you already said, like doing meditation is one thing that is absolutely helpful. Also to figuring out what are these moments that are joyful for yourself, even if they are not immense, but really having the focus on what is helping you to feel joy, to feel pleasure. It can be like, for me in the morning, I go out, sit on my terrace and have a cup of coffee and feeling the sunlight and hearing the birds around me singing. This is a moment really being in this moment, not in the past, like what has happened, not creating future scenarios that perhaps will never happen, but being in the moment. Only in this time you can really feel what is going on and you can make decisions because of that. And I think that it is important at this time that people really understand what is, even though it can be very hard at this moment, what is really a situation they can enjoy, like meeting with a friend, meeting with family, having a dinner together, or enjoying nature. For me, like you said, I'm in Madeira, and this is really a wonderful island. It is called in Germany the island of the flowers and abundance. So I'm in the middle of nature. So just like I was out today, going to the ocean, just sitting by the sea and seeing the waves come and go. And this is kind of my meditation. Like I really can calm down and get my brain free from all the mess that sometimes goes on, all the thoughts that come up, and to clear that and to focus on myself again. So
And it's very grounding as well.
yeah.
Yeah, and being in the sun, that's very healthy. So there's a lot of good things to say about that. But yeah, we each have to find our little paradise, even if it's just looking at a potted plant. You gotta find some way to be happy. That's so true. So what is your best secret? Do you have tools that you use, or how is it that you help them?
Yeah, so I have different tools. So one thing I use is I work with energy, and the method is called the emotion code. And this is a tool that really goes deep as we release emotions that are stuck in the body. So normally we have, when we have a situation and we react on that automatically. So with this situation we have an interpretation of what is going on. And with this interpretation, of course, we have our emotions. And with the emotion, like our body will bring out the biochemistry, and the biochemistry will have an impact on our health. And if we always have like the same interpretation of the world, we have always the same emotions that being stuck in our body if we don't have practices to release them. And you can see that if people always are kind of angry, you can see that now they have these wrinkles here.
Yeah.
And people that are always angry also get problems with their stomach. This is kind of a correlation where these emotions or the biochemistry will have an impact. So understanding what are the situations people do have, what are the beliefs they do have about themselves, about the world, like what are the interpretations of what happened. To bring in a block there to understand, okay, I can stop for a moment and see if I would have a different way of interpreting my situation. Like I have a consulting team, like I'm bringing in, for example, Pippi Langstrumpf, asking her, what would you say about this situation? And she is like, I would make the world how I want to have it. So no, take it easy, like that. And then I would ask Gandalf, and Gandalf would say, oh, no, this is really, you know, we have to understand the wisdom behind what is happening right now. So I have different kind of figures that are my imagination, my consulting team. Yeah. And I ask them, so if I would not interpret the situation, but you would do, what it would be like the version of what is happening? This already changes it changes your emotion about what is happening, and therefore, of course, also your biochemistry. Yeah. And so one thing is to bring in a stop there, and the other thing is like, what can I do to change the emotions that come with it? So if I see it from a different way, when I have another perspective, perhaps there's no need to get angry. Perhaps there's just a need to be neutral, or perhaps I can say, oh, this is a good learning experience for me right now. Perhaps I'm happy about getting this chance to grow. And yeah, and then perhaps you are able to not get more and more same emotions and trap them in your body. But if this is the case, I have a tool like working with my own energy, releasing these emotions out of the body again and clearing that, and bringing in positive affirmation so that people get empowered and go out of loops they are normally in. This is also visible. If you have a special belief about yourself, for example, it is difficult to earn money, or I'm not lovable, or whatever it is, you will see that the outside world is proving this. Yeah, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. But as soon as you change your belief and let this go and all the emotions that are connected with this belief, then also the world will react differently on you. So this is one tool. I'm working with the emotion code, like changing the energy, changing blocking beliefs. And another tool is I can read the Akashic records. This is kind of the library of the soul. So every time our soul is incarnated, we have our lives, and therefore we have our own story, our own history that is written in these Akashic records. Yeah. And sometimes there is still a connection from a past life in the present time. And this means that even though you are not really aware of that, this will bring you into certain situation, like in a kind of learning process again and again.
Mm-hmm.
So I can give you an example. I had a client, and she was a consultant, is a consultant, and she always was afraid speaking on stage. So it was okay when she was sitting together with other clients, giving a presentation, even standing up and standing next to the table, everything was fine. But as soon as she had to go on a stage, like even some steps, and she was above of the others, it was like her brain was blank. She couldn't sometimes even remember her name. So really, like, she was totally stressed out.
Yeah.
And we figured out, okay, there was some time in her childhood when she had to go to the board in school and do some calculation, and yeah, she was not able to do that, and she was bullied. And then there was another situation. She had to speak a poem in front of her family during Christmas time. So these kind of things, like she felt uncomfortable by speaking out in front of a group. And yeah, she had this belief, I'm not able to speak in front of people. So now we released this belief, and some others that came with that. And so it got a little bit better, but not really like this kind of change I would expect. And then we worked a little bit on her behavior, like, okay, no, we can do some storytelling and how to walk on a stage and these kind of things, but not really a change. And then one day I said, okay, perhaps we have to look into your Akashic records to understand if something is still there that has an impact to this current time. And so she opened the Akashic records, and as soon as she did that, I could see her standing on a wooden stage, and like in front of her people, standing and clapping and shouting, yeah, go on. And she had a cord around her neck. And the next moment she was hung.
Oh.
So this was still in her record and active to the present time. Mm-hmm. And so for her, it was speaking on stage or just being on stage, like equals death. Mm-hmm. So for her, it was impossible to go on a stage, because every time she went up, she had this feeling, okay, I will die. And so we released this and rewrote it and cut the cord, energetic cord, to the present time, and then it was fine. But this is an example, like if you normally work only in this dimension, you would never go there and understand that, like, the source of the problem was in a past life. Yeah.
Yeah, when I started remembering my past lives, it made me crazy, because I realized I was making all the same mistakes in this life, and I realized what the source was, and I says, I don't want to remember any more lives. I'm just going to work on this life, and I did. And then I started remembering more lives, but I'd already cleared the garbage from those lives, so it didn't traumatize me so much. But yeah, at first it was like, oh my gosh, I can't believe I'm doing this over and over in every life, because you don't just do this in one life, you remanifest it in all your lives until you heal it. Yeah, that's so true, and it's great that you can help people in that way. That's very powerful. So how is this helping you personally in your own journey?
Yeah, so for me, it was that when I was 8 years old, I already said I had this kind of ability to look beyond. And it came back only some years ago, but it was so immense that I really felt like, okay, either I have to call these guys with the white tight jackets because I'm going crazy, or I really have to understand what this is all about. And so for me, I started this journey to read my own Akashic records, and of course clearing a lot of my own stuff. And I could figure out that I had this kind of loop in my life. Mm-hmm. What you already said, like, no, I've been always in a situation where I was serving people, like being a witch, or being a nun, or like these services, like, or like being a nurse. but I never had the need to earn money with that. It was like like other people supported me, like they brought me food, or I was in the church, so I was in a safe environment. So I never had this problem to speak out for myself and also become visible. This was also a problem for me, like being visible, because I always had this feeling, as soon as someone can see me with my gift, they will burn me. So like being a witch, it was like being killed in different ways. Like I think I had them all. And so in this lifetime, there was still this feeling like, okay, when I become visible, this is dangerous for me. Mm-hmm. And I don't want to earn money because I want to give my gifts for free. Mm-hmm. And so these are situations that I had to clear in past lives to come out of these old loops and to go forward and to bring out my message, what I'm doing here, and also to serve people right now in this present time. So it was definitely my own journey as well.
Yeah. And I think for most people today who are like us, we did have many lifetimes where we were monks or nuns or whatever, and were taken care of, and we meditated a lot, because whenever you meditate in a lifetime, you create abilities, and then as you start to meditate in the next life, you bring those old abilities forward to you. It's called recapitulation. So, yeah, and then you're going to bring all of the hangups with it, like you said. Oh, people take care of me. No, they don't. And if you give everything away, you won't be able to eat. Yeah, that's a common issue with a lot of coaches is give too much and don't charge enough. So that's really wonderful that you could tap into that in yourself. So, well, you've talked about this a little bit. What can people expect when they work from you? Do you want to add anything else in that area?
So what I see is that people normally come to me that already worked a lot on themselves, but still feel that they didn't really find the source of the problem. Mm-hmm. So I think this is important to see that even you think, okay, I've done a lot of work for myself. I've been in different coachings or did courses. Sometimes it is really that, this looking beyond, looking deep into this lifetime, because it is not what you experience in this lifetime. It is also about what is in your ancestral line. Mm-hmm. This is, you can see, for example, if people have a problem with money, or have a problem with alcohol often, or with addictions. You can see this in the family from one generation to the next one. Yeah, so this is also important to have a look at. And then, of course, seeing what is in the Akashic records. Is there still something that is holding you back to really come into your essence and bring out what you can do, not to come really step into your genius zone and bring everything out that is possible, and perhaps also get more clarity about the soul path, where to go really. Mm-hmm. And I think this is important. Yeah.
Yeah, working on clearing your DNA and your ancestral DNA and ancestral memories and karma is very important also. Yeah, I agree with that completely. So you also help people with the ascension process. Can you tell us about that too?
Yeah, so this is that I have the idea that everybody is able to look beyond. This is a kind of a training thing. And to give you an example, the moment when I thought either I go crazy or I really have to prove if this are my abilities, I participated in remote viewing studies. Mm-hmm. And so this is, for people who don't know that technique, the CIA used in the Cold War to figure out what was going on in Russia. And this is a technique people can learn. And so for myself, I did some training on that and participated in one of these studies. For example, I got a code that was connected to a place where someone was sitting, and I had to meditate and figure out, get pictures, and then write them down and send them to the study team. And then I got 4 different videos, and I had to bring them in an order to say, okay, this one is the one that is the situation I have seen, and of course then the order what it is not. And after I sent that, you can have the right one by chance 25%. This one, what I sent back, was the right one, and then I got back the information. The description I have sent out was the most accurate they had in the study, which means that I not only could see this guy sitting on his bench on this hill looking over a little village, but I could also see what was behind him. Like for me, it's like if you have a drone, you can fly and zoom in and move, and like this is how I can read that. And so for me, it was clear, okay, there are some techniques that people can use to increase their skills. And I think everybody has already like this intuition sometimes, or like situation where I think, oh, this is a déjà vu. I already had this kind of situation before. Or they get like instant knowledge, like they get ideas or something like that. Most people that are creative are very good connected already and can download ideas. Otherwise, they couldn't write or paint or make music or compose or something like that. Yeah. So I think everybody has like the ability to learn that and to open this kind of channels. And so I think helping people for creating a better future, what we really need right now, it is important to really look beyond and see and connect with nature and this kind of thing. So this is what I would like people to help with, and to open them up and show them how these gifts they do have inside of them, how they can use them as well.
Yeah, I think that's so important. And there's so many ways to learn that. Shamans have been doing it forever. You can do it in meditation, and you can ask for it in your dreams at night. That's frequently what I do. And I wake up in the morning and oh, okay, saw the future, saw whatever. Yeah, so there's many ways, and I agree. It is very important for people to learn how to do that, whatever way works best for them. So you also have a thing called Healing Holidays Retreat. Tell us about that.
Yeah, so this is for people that would love to come to Madeira, to this beautiful island that is in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, belonging to Portugal. And this is a subtropical island. So when I look out of my window, I see banana trees and orange trees, and I see the ocean. So this is the surrounding. Really an island of abundance, and it is also called the island of healing because in former times the rich and famous came here to heal their lung problems because of the salt water and the climate. It is warm always here, so this was a good climate for them to heal. And Madeira is a volcanoes island as well, so we have a very special energy here, and really places where you can deeply connect to nature. And so this is the environment, and what we want to create here are the healing holidays for giving retreats for personal development, spiritual growth, and healing. So really body, mind, and soul to change what is stuck in you and bring out the best out of you. So being here, being empowered, and then not only having holidays, but having these retreats and go home and being empowered to continue with your life.
Wow, that sounds like a lot of fun. So you also have a podcast, right? Tell us about that.
Yeah, I'm hosting a podcast called Holistic Creators, Shaping the Future for the 4 Ps: People, Planet, Purpose, and Profit. And I interview people that are in the field of personal development, spiritual growth, sustainability, or already have humanity plus business. And I want to show my audience how they can go into their gifts, how they can ascend, how they can understand more about their own journey, and also like how they can start creating a business that is supporting the future, for humanity.
Wow, that's really awesome. And that's on Facebook, right? Or
It is hosted on YouTube, iTunes, Spotify, and other platforms. But I also have a group on Facebook, Holistic Creators. So all the episodes you can also find there, or the links to the episodes you can find.
okay. Okay, because that's where I go to find it. Okay, so how do people learn more about what you do and how to get hold of you?
Yeah, of course. The easiest way is to come in contact with me. So I'm, of course, I have a website. It's spiritualchangemaker.com. Also, you can find me with my name, Svanet Kunze, on Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn, and all the other social media. And I have also a free giveaway. So if people want to check this out, I'm sure you can put in the link in the description. And this is a meditation, 6-step meditation to understand your vision of life.
So for people that are registered for the summit, you all will get the link. You should have gotten it in an email, but there's a web page that has all the gifts for all the speakers, and Swanette is listed there. Also, if you go to the main web page for the summit, holistictransformationsummit.com, and you go down to the speaker area, all of her links are there. So you can get to her website and her LinkedIn and what have you there. And then for those of you that purchase the $97 option, you get a bonus. So you have a bonus gift, don't you, for that, for those folks also?
Yeah, I do have, and I'm happy to give my vision board workshop for these people for free. So this is a workshop where you really go deep and understand like what are your goals, what are the steps you can do, and then create the vision so that you can really go forward and create your life and manifest your life that you want to have.
And that's a $297 value?
Yeah, exactly.
Cool. And so if you're one of the $97 people, thank you for buying the bigger ticket. And you should have gotten an email with a special page for you to get that bonus gift as well. So, Swanette, it's as always, I just love talking to you and hearing about your work. It's really valuable. And I know, even though I haven't been your client, I know you must be an awesome healer. So thank you so much for being a great speaker at our summit.
Yeah, thank you so much for the invitation. It was a pleasure for me.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that was Swanette. Hope you enjoyed her talk. She's a very special lady, and like I said, I really enjoy her very, very much. And let's see here. It's 11:38, so I've got 2 minutes, and then we will have Ava Goulet talk. Um, so, if you're on chat, maybe you could post what you thought of Swanette. She's a very special lady, and I've actually had her on my podcast as well. And if you follow her on Facebook, she's always posting pictures of Madeira. It's so beautiful there, you just can't imagine. And for some reason, sorry about that. Looks like my green screen moved, so we had a little leakage there. Sorry about that. Um, at any rate, our next speaker will be Ava Goulet. I always want to say Goulet because of that singer was Goulet. And it's spelled Eva, but she says Ava. and she's the founder of Dancing Jaguar Spirit Camp. Of course, you know, Dancing Jaguar, and I'm Dancing Bear, so we hit it off right away because we're both dancing animals. And she works with children right now all over the U.S. I hooked her up with one of our other speakers, Jackie Zaccoli, and Jackie's going to try and get her worldwide, helping children to understand spirituality and use their spiritual gifts. Um, just imagine if you had been a young child and someone had taught you how to open up your spiritual gifts. Maybe you did and you're really lucky, but I didn't have that blessing. I grew up making a lot of mistakes because I wasn't in tune with who I am. And when I finally woke up, then I had to fix all the damage I'd done. So that's what happened to a lot of us. We didn't wake up until we were older. Swanette had her NDE as a child when she was 8. So she was able to find her gifts earlier than some of the rest of us. So I'm going to go ahead now and start Ava's interview. Let me see here. Share. Hello, everyone, and our next speaker is ready for you. Her name is Ava Goulet. She is the founder of the Dancing Jaguar Spirit Camp. The title of her talk today is "The World is Ready and the Children Are Waiting." Don't you love it when people help children? So Ava is a best-selling author, the founder of the Jaguar Spirit Camp, a program credited to teach children the importance of balance between mind, body, and spirit. To teach as many children as possible, Ava shares her specialized Spirit Camp curriculum through her Spirit Camp Teacher Training Program. Her mission is to empower and inspire the children of today so they can create the world of tomorrow, a world where all of us can thrive. That is so awesome. Welcome, Ava.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here.
Well, we're really happy to have you and so happy that you're working with the children. And you're working with them globally, right?
That is correct. Right now, I am working virtually with children, and I'm also doing a teacher training program that is working virtually with teachers who want to share this work with children. So I do have the ability to work with people in other countries right now as well.
So, how did you get on this journey and how did this become your passion?
Well, I've always been passionate about working with children, but this came to me after I suffered a traumatic brain injury in a head-on car crash.
Mm.
And I was years into the recovery process from that when I started receiving downloads of information at 3:20 in the morning about these pieces of curriculum to share with children that were really fun and playful, that taught children about their chakras or working with power animals. And I started realizing that this information was being shared with me in such a fun, playful way. I realized that this is information that children aren't normally
Mm-hmm.
privy to. Like, people aren't going about teaching these tools and this information to children. And I just thought it was wonderful. So I started borrowing children from my friends and sharing what I was learning, what I was receiving in these downloads with those children. And they were thriving, and the parents and the children all wanted more. So that's what led me to just being open to receiving as much information as possible and receiving the invitation to become the voice and the face of this work for children. And that is how we can change the consciousness of our planet, by starting with the youngest ones.
Absolutely. Of course, as Dancing Bear, I was really intrigued by Dancing Jaguar. So tell us that story.
Well, when I was trying to find a name for my company, I realized that dancing had always been a very important part of my life because I was a dancer and then a ballet teacher and had my own ballet studio in upstate New York. And then Jaguar is important to me. I work with Black Jaguar as my power animal. And inspirations came because I want to be an inspiration to the children that I work with. So my company name became Dancing Jaguar Inspirations.
Cool. Now, excuse me. So, a lot of the children, you've told me stories about children having certain issues and how when they go through camp, they're so transformed. Tell us a couple stories about that.
Right. Well, one of the stories I like to share is about a child whose life was really impacted by discovering who her power animal is. This was a child who was 8 years old when she came to Spirit Camp. And on Power Animal Day, which is a day where children are taught how to do shamanic journeying to discover their power animal, a spirit helper, she was having some difficulty finding her power animal. And I offered to do a journey on her behalf. And when I did that, I came back with the essence of starfish, which was very unusual because I had never encountered starfish as a power animal for someone. So I asked my power animal for information as to why it would be so important for this child to have starfish medicine or starfish as a power animal to help her. And I was told that when a starfish loses one of its appendages, it will grow back. And that this child was going through a lot of emotional turmoil and needed starfish medicine just to let her know that she was going to be okay.
Wow.
So I didn't know how to put that into words for an 8-year-old. So I asked my spirit helpers for help in coming across with the information in a child friendly way. And as I was telling her, she just started patting her cheeks and sobbing tears of joy. And she kept saying, I can't tell you how much this means to me. I can't tell you how big this is. This is so important. This is so cool. And she just kept going on and on about that. And I was giving her and holding space for her to share why it was so important to her. And she chose not to. So, of course, I respected that. But later in the day, when her dad came to pick her up, I felt that it was important to share that with him because it was such a huge reaction. And when I did, her dad said he understood why it was so important to her. He said that she was just coming to terms with the fact that she felt like she was a boy in a girl's body, and she was really struggling emotionally with that. And he said starfish medicine just gave her hope and to let her know that she's going to be okay. And he said that it was so meaningful for him to learn how important this was or how significant that information was to his child. And the family ended up helping that child bring starfish into her bedroom, recreating a starfish theme in her bedroom so she would always know that she has starfish medicine supporting her and reminding her that she's going to be okay. She's going to get through this. So this tool that we share with children can be so impactful and powerful in their lives. And yet I'm not aware of a lot of places where children can go to learn how to work with spirit helpers. And I just think that it's brilliant the way this information is coming forward for the children. And I would like to take credit for it, but I am just the channel. I am just the person who is bringing it forward, but it's coming through me, not from me.
Well, that's true for most of us and the messages that we have. It comes through us. But, our culture used to be very Western culture, and other cultures still have their shamans and their practices, and it was eliminated from our culture. And it's really sad because now what happens is adults grow up and they have all this adult trauma. And in fact, one of our other speakers is going to speak on that very issue. So you just saved a child of decades of all kinds of hardship, and who knows what would have happened to her. And then as an adult, she would have had to go through all kinds of healing. So now she's dealt with the trauma as a child, which good for her parents for helping her with that, because
Mhm.
now she can grow up to be a well-balanced adult instead of like the rest of us that had to spend decades fixing ourselves because of our traumas from our childhood.
That's
So,
so true, isn't it? We
yeah.
all have to undo all of those layers of conformity that we have been putting on for decades. And, the whole concept, I believe, behind the messages that I have been receiving in the downloads is that if we can spare children from having to go through that and have them grow up as really well connected individuals, understanding the importance of that balance between mind, body, and spirit, then they're able to self nurture as they're growing up and not having to learn how to do it when they're, in midlife.
Hmm. Yeah, when I was young, children were seen and not heard. It was felt children didn't have any feelings, and you could just shut them in the other room if you didn't like what they were doing. And luckily today that's changed because that's no way to treat a child.
I so relate to that because growing up, I also was seen but not heard. And look at the life I chose for myself. I became a ballet dancer where I was seen but not
Not
heard for
heard.
a profession. It took me a long time to find my voice as an adult because of that training of being seen and not heard.
Wow. So what other kinds of struggles are you seeing with the children that prompted you to you have some games and things that you do with them too, right?
Well, we have a game called Chakra Shenanigans that we love to play
Oh
with kids.
yeah.
In fact, that's the very first download that I received was Chakra Shenanigans. And it's a game that helps children learn the placement of the chakras on the body, the colors, and how each impacts us in our lives. So there was also a song that accompanied that information. So this is a perfect example of how the information that's being provided to the children is coming to them in really playful, fun ways. So they feel like they're playing, but they're learning life skills. They may be singing a chakra song, but that song, each verse is about a chakra, it's about the color, it's about how that chakra impacts them in their lives. As they're singing that song, they're playing the game with the poster on the wall, and it's all fun and games. But the information that's all packaged up in that fun and games are life skills that will be able to carry them through their adulthood with wisdom and knowledge and tools to really help them when they're facing challenges in life. Um, can I just share a fun little 5-year-old story that I just love?
Yeah, absolutely.
There's a practical application for some of these tools too, because one little 5-year-old attended spirit camp, and then a few months later, her mom emailed me to tell me that the two of them were going to be late leaving the house one morning because the mom couldn't find her car keys. And her daughter said, "Mom, I know how to find your car keys." And she went to her spirit toolbox, which all children create at spirit camp, and got her dowsing rods and proceeded to find her mom's car keys for her. So, like, even at 5 years old, once they're given the tools and the wisdom and the ability to learn how to use these materials that they're learning about at spirit camp, you never know how the children are going to end up using them in their lives. But I love that story because it's really fun and playful, and it really shows how children will just Rolodex through do I know how to do that, and come up with a tool that they learned at Spirit Camp to be able to use in a situation.
That's awesome. I'm always losing my phone. And I know how to use dowsing rods. I never thought of using them. I always just find my phone. I have to make it beep at me, and then I walk around everywhere trying to find it. That's a good idea. I'm going to do that next time.
Yep, it's really cute, isn't it?
Yeah, that is cute. So, you also train adults. How did that come about?
Well, about 3 years after I started teaching Spirit Camp to children in the summer times, I started receiving the message, the world is ready and the children are waiting. And for a while, for some time, I kept thinking that that message was just validating the fact that I'm listening to what I'm being asked to do, I'm showing up, and I'm bringing this information forward in the world. And then I realized one day, maybe I keep hearing that message because I'm supposed to be writing this down and teaching it to others. And as soon as I made that connection, in the next 30 days, I had emails or Facebook messages from people from 14 other countries saying, we don't have anything like this in our country. Can you bring this to us?
Wow.
And that's when I realized, holy cow, the impact of that message was so much bigger than I thought. Like the whole world is ready for this, and the children are waiting. So once I understood the impact and how big that message was, I realized I needed to create the teacher training program. And I had just created it and trained a few teachers when the world shut down into a pandemic. So I had to learn how to teach this in-person program
Over the
online. And then I realized the brilliance of that is that I can reach many more people on a virtual platform than I would ever be able to do if I were teaching in a face-to-face program. So now I offer both. As the world is opening up again, I am offering both in-person teacher training programs and virtual ones.
Wow, that's really incredible. So when you teach mostly yourself in the U.S. though, right? And you have teachers in other countries, or do you travel globally?
Um, no, I have not started traveling globally yet. No.
So in the U.S., you do travel though, right? You give these camps all over the U.S.
Well, I am just starting to travel again myself. Like last summer, I only did one spirit camp because it was difficult finding locations to
Hmm.
be booking these camps at. So I only did one spirit camp last summer, and this summer, I am booking more camps.
You can tell I haven't had kids in a long time. Duh, it has to be summertime, right?
Yes, it has to be summertime for the children. Well, although I am doing an April vacation spirit camp in at a private school in the state of Maine. But yes, my summertime is big travel time, and it's just nonstop from one week to the next. I'm in a different city every week.
And so other people can then take your teacher training and they can do this themselves, either online or in person.
Correct. Yes.
Wow, that's really incredible. And aren't you going to start working with older kids now? You were working just with the younger kids, right?
Right. The younger kids spirit camp goes from ages 5 to 12. And now we are introducing spirit camp for adults in a couple of months. And then after that, we'll be introducing spirit camp for teens. They both exist like in my office in paper, on paper, but I'm getting all of that information, into a platform that we can offer it online. So they're coming. So we'll be able to offer Spirit Camp for all age groups in 2022.
That's great. So how is all of this impacting you personally?
Well, I really feel like my life is dedicated to bringing this forward for the children. I feel like this is the reason that I survived a head-on car crash. is to do what I came in this lifetime to do, which is bring this work forward for the children. And I feel like that brain injury was kind of just recalibrating my brain
Mm-hmm.
to be able to receive the information that I
Mm-hmm.
am receiving, to bring forward for kids around the world. And it's an honor to be a vessel that is being used to be able to bring something really profound,
Mm-hmm.
unique, very new into the world. Because child development, up until very recently, we have really focused on the minds and the bodies of children. This is a whole new way of working with children. Like we on one of our days of spirit camp, the children learn that they are made up of energy, as is everything around them. But then they start learning how to work with that energy, how to sense it, how to feel that energy in others. And for me, one of the icings on the cake at Spirit Camp is on our last day of the camp, the children go outside and learn how to connect with the natural world energetically. And that's also something that I think very few children are aware of. But when children understand that they can feel the energy of a tree or a boulder or the plants in the garden, and they can actually connect to the essence, the spirit of things in the natural world, they embody the knowledge and the wisdom that we are all one and we are all connected. And when children can grow up with that embodied knowledge, I really believe that they'll grow up for a reverence for Mother Earth
Yeah.
like we haven't seen before. So I'm really excited to see what these children will be doing, how they'll be showing up as adults when it comes to our environment and the way we treat Mother Earth. And I guess not only just that, but how they show up and in relationship to people around them, because that knowledge that the energy that we put out is returned to us, and what we put out into the world impacts us too. When kids grow up with that kind of knowledge and wisdom, it really does have the ability to change the consciousness of the world that we live in.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah.
And the way they treat plants and animals. I know at the University of Hawaii, I love anthropology, and I took an anthropology class. In the beginning of the class, the teacher said, "Animals have no feelings." Half the class got up and walked out.
Wow.
I stayed because I thought that's her issue. I'm not going to let her issues taint me. So I stayed in the class. So I didn't care what her beliefs were. I just wanted to learn what she had to say. But that's the thinking so many people have is animals. And I mean, I talk to trees and plants, they all have feelings. And now science is finding out that plants, especially trees, have a big nervous system. It runs up and down through the channels with the sap, which is why when you talk to plants, it affects them and how they grow. And so having children that understand that at a young age, yeah, that's going to totally change the consciousness of the
It
world.
is. I remember having a 5-year-old tell me after he connected energetically to a tree, and the children were asked to ask the tree for a message. Well, the child came up to me and said, "Ava, you know how you told us to listen with our heart and not with our ears?" And I said,
Mhm.
"Yes." He said, "Well, when I listen with my heart, I can actually hear the sap moving inside this tree." I thought, wow, like that's really big stuff. That's amazing.
Well, trees
Yeah.
talk really, really slow. The best way to hear a tree is to either sit or lay down under it. The first shamanic training I did at Esalen, I was there for 2 weeks. And when I learned that, I literally, instead of sleeping in my cabin, I slept under one of the trees.
Oh, how
And
wonderful.
that's when I learned how to talk to trees. It's like, whoa, this is so cool. Yeah, it's really awesome. Yeah, you wanna either sit or lay under a tree because their message comes through slowly.
Mhm.
They're not like us or some of the animals talk pretty fast. Some animals just use vision images, and some you can kind of hear. I have a theory, I don't know if it's true, that animals that used to be human and knew language will communicate telepathically through clairaudience, and the ones that have never been a human are completely visual and feeling. You just feel them through the heart, and then through that you know what they're saying. At least that's my assumption. But anyway, back to you. Um, so this work is just really incredible, and I'm really happy that we have someone doing this. The children today are being brainwashed by schools. In my personal opinion, anybody that has a child should be homeschooling it rather than sending it through the brainwashing that they're doing to kids today. But at least if they go through your program, they'll come out of it knowing how to deal with what's going on, that they're still whole and complete, and have tools to deal with some of their issues.
Absolutely. Yes.
That's just really, really wonderful. Um, so we talked about the effect all of this is having on the children. What about the rest of the family? How is it affecting the whole family?
Well, dynamics can be impacted in an entire family when a child goes through spirit camp. I remember one mom sharing with me that prior to spirit camp, her 8-year-old daughter would get in a bad mood. And as soon as that child was miserable, everyone around her was miserable because the child had no coping mechanisms whatsoever. And she was always looking for something outside of her to
Mm.
help change her mood. And the mom said that after spirit camp, when she got into a bad mood, she would go into her bedroom and just slam her bedroom door, but she would come out a different child 20 minutes later because she knew she could go to her spirit toolbox and just start going through the tools that she has there and remembering how to use them to help her shift back into a calmer or more peaceful state. And the mom said that it made such a difference for everyone
Hmm.
because she was no longer looking outside of her to be able to help her. And it gave her it empowered her with the tools to be able to help herself. And there's another story I want to share about how a family was impacted by these tools too. There was a child who um, came to spirit camp. I think she was 7 or 8, and a few months later, the mom emailed me and said that someone in their family had recently passed away in their sleep, and it traumatized this girl, and she was afraid to go to sleep at night because she felt like she might pass away in her sleep as well. So the mom said, everybody in our house is miserable because nobody's getting any sleep because she's fighting going to sleep every night. So she asked for any suggestions. So I thought of having the child take her rattles that she made at spirit camp out of her spirit toolbox right before it was time for lights out, rattle and call in the essence of her power animal, and ask her power animal to stay at the foot of her bed throughout the night, and then wake her up in the morning. So the mom said, well, first of all, I forgot. I never remember what children's power animals are because I work with so many kids, but hers just coincidentally happened to be an owl, which
Ah.
was perfect to go on to a nocturnal
Oh, yeah.
duty to take care of her.
Uh-huh.
So the mom said that the very first night they did that, it completely changed everything for the whole family because this child loved her power animal, trusted it, and was able to release the anxiety she had about going to sleep and passing away. She released all of that to her power animal because she trusted that it was going to wake her up in the morning. So everything changed on that very first night.
Yeah, waking her up
Yeah,
and
so
that's a good idea.
yes, yes. And then there is one more child. May I tell you one more story about an
Yeah.
impact in a family? Okay. There was another child who was older and was already starting to use cutting as a coping mechanism.
Cutting?
And she
Oh, you mean like,
cutting herself. Yes.
oh,
So the mom and therapist both, this was in my local community. So the mom and the child's therapist both knew about spirit camp and enrolled her. And a couple of days into the camp, the mom texted me and said, I don't know who this child is that's coming home every day because this child is smiling and I haven't seen my child smile in months. What are you doing? And I said, I'm not doing anything. I'm providing a roadmap for your child to discover her inner world. She's the one that's on this journey right now, and she's thriving. She's really doing great. So at the end of the week, we do an exercise where we teach children how to move energy in their body. And we have it's a long exercise, but we have them move this energy up and out of their body and blow this energy that is no longer serving them into a pine cone, which
Oh,
we will then offer to the fire in a fire ceremony. And there's a big lesson in there about how fire can transmute energy, and it's all done in a very sacred way. Well, after spirit camp ended, the next day, that child's grandmother had a stroke and she was not going to survive.
oh,
And she was the child care provider for the family. So the mom texted me and said she was really worried that her child was going to start cutting again. So I said, remind her of her spirit toolbox. And if she needs some help or support, please reach out to me. Just call me. Well, I didn't hear from them that day, but I got an email from the mom the next day that she said she was writing through tears because her daughter came to her that night, the previous night, and said, we need to do a fire ceremony for grandma. And all of us need to write a letter to her, and we'll read the letters and then we'll burn them in the fire. And the smoke will carry our words up to heaven. So when she dies, she'll have letters from all of us waiting for her. And I
wow.
still get goosebumps when I tell that
Yeah,
story.
I got him.
And the mom said she knew after that her daughter was going to be okay because she had tools to be able to help her figure out how to get through situations that are coming up for her. So it was an incredibly healing fire ceremony for the family. And the daughter told them about how the fire transmutes energy and the words are being carried by the smoke up into, a different realm. And it was an amazing experience for that family to be able to honor their grandmother in such a way.
That's really wonderful. Yeah, at the end of every year, I do a fire ceremony to let go of the old and bring in the new.
Mhm.
That's an awesome tool for everyone to have. Everyone should have that tool, no matter how old they are. But to learn it so young, because she can always do that.
Mhm.
It's very powerful to have that kind of ceremony. Wow, that's a good story. I like that one.
Oh,
Yeah,
thank
I
you.
was almost in tears.
Yeah, there's so many powerful stories that come out of spirit camp because, I mean, children are thirsty for this type of knowledge and
Mhm.
wisdom and tools. And like, why are we teaching these to kids? It just makes so much sense now that I'm involved in bringing this information forward for the children. Like, yeah, how come this isn't just a natural part of growing up? So I would love to see all of this curriculum mainstreamed. In fact, there's a Montessori school in my local community that received a grant to be able to bring some of the Dancing Jaguar teachings into all of their classrooms. And I did a
Oh,
parent workshop, a staff workshop,
wow.
and I brought material from Spirit Camp into every single one of the classrooms. So schools are starting to open up. They may not be into all of the really woo woo or very very spiritual practices like doing the shamanic journeying,
Mhm.
but there are so many aspects of spirit camp that can be directly mainstreamed even into public schools. Like we teach children how to discover their inner critic and their inner champion and how to work
Mm.
with those inner voices and turn down the volume on their inner critic as they're learning how to turn up the volume in their inner champion. And we do gratitude work and affirmations and self-compassion and kindness, and there's so much information in spirit camp that can be directly brought into any educational institute. In fact, we've even had hospitals reach out about how to start bringing this information into some of the healthy living programs
Oh,
in hospitals. So I feel like there are many teachers, school teachers, who take the teacher training program, and I feel like through them, through some of the hospital staff that I have trained, that there is a shift happening right now. Oh, and religious institutions. I have had conversations with religious leaders in numerous faiths who are all understanding that their congregants are waking up, and it's time for them to bring more awareness into the Sunday school programs for the children, because as the congregants wake up, they have questions that the religious leaders are looking at answering, and they feel that some of the curriculum in Spirit Camp can be introduced into their Sunday school program so that there's a little more openness to spirituality and not just religious dogma. So I'm seeing, I feel like a bit like I have a front row seat from these different leaders in these religious, educational, and medical institutions reaching out to learn about the work that we're doing with children and how that can be introduced into the institutions that we all know are broken at this point in time, and they're looking for ways to change that.
Oh, good.
So I think there's a lot of potential happening right now, and that this type of work is going to become more mainstream for children over the next few years.
Ava, I think it's going to be more than children. I think a lot of adults can use this as well.
Oh, absolutely. Yes.
Yeah. It's just, it's really awesome because I know if I had had something like this as a child, I mean, I was having spontaneous journeys. I could see through things. I could see beings around us. I would talk to them. No one could explain that to me, you know. It was, I had to just put it aside and say, okay, that doesn't exist because it was the only way I could survive the environment I had.
Oh my gosh. And I am so sorry that you experienced that. And to know that children today are building a community, a network of like-minded children who can talk to each other about this stuff. That's what's so exciting for me, because kids like you and I did not have that opportunity at all. And to
No.
have like a child in our opening ceremony last summer say that, you know, she's starting to see spirits and her grandmother is teaching her how to have them cross over into the light, and then have another children say, well, when we were talking about spirits earlier, my little brother who passed away years ago came and he joined us in our circle. And like, that's normal conversation at Spirit
Mhm.
Camp. So the kids have an outlet to be able to have these discussions and talk about the colors that they see when they walk into a room and see somebody who's angry or somebody who's really joyful and silly. Like, I don't know where else those kind of conversations are so normal for kids. So it's really a pleasure to see kids open up and be so excited to share what their experiences are.
Well, as more and more kids learn that, that'll put an end to bullying and all this negative stuff that goes on at schools because they'll be more self-aware. And I could talk to you all day, Ava. I just
Oh,
love your work.
thank you.
So, you, I understand you have a VIP gift for our attendees at the summit. Can you tell us
Well,
about
there's a gift that's called Meeting Your Inner Critic and Inner Champion.
that? Hmm.
And it actually came about as the module that I did with children at Spirit Camp. And when I saw how important it was for these children to be making that discovery for themselves, I thought, you know, there a lot of adults don't know how to identify and separate those voices that we all have in our heads from each other. So I created an adult version of what I do with kids at Spirit Camp, where adults are able to identify their inner critic and start learning how to manage their negative self-talk so it becomes more positive and loving.
Awesome. And so, for those of you who are registered, I know on YouTube anybody could have joined in. So, if you haven't registered, you can. And those of you who registered, you can go to our gift page and get that. It sounds like a great gift. So, do you have any closing words for us?
I do. I would just like to restate that the world is ready and the children are waiting. And I would like to ask anyone who is viewing this interview right now, are they waiting for you?
Nice. Thank you so much, Ava.
Thank you. It's been an honor and a pleasure to be here with you.
All right. Wow. What did you all think of Ava? Isn't she delightful? Post something in chat about that interview. Um, let's see here. I'm trying to get the next speaker lined up. Um, let's see here. I can never find. I don't know where it went. Oh well. Let's see here. So we have any comments? No comments. Okay. So our next speaker will be Sherry Mers, and see if I can find her. There we go. So she's an author and a coach, and she'll talk to us today about 3 easy ways to get your book done. She's written lots and lots of books. She knows a lot about writing books. If you've ever written a book, you know how challenging it is to get it done and get it edited. And she's really got a lot of knowledge and expertise in that area. So I'm going to go ahead and turn on Sherry Mers now. Hello, everyone, and we would like to welcome our next guest speaker, who is Sherry Mers. She is an author and a coach, a 27 years serial entrepreneur. Sherry returned to her dream of writing career after retirement. Today, with more than 30 okay, we have to start over.
Don't like the beach.
Hello, everyone. We would like to introduce our next summit guest, and that is Sherry Mers. She is an author and coach, a 20-plus years serial entrepreneur. Sherry returned to her dream of writing career after retirement. Today, with more than 30 ghostwritten and self-published books, Sherry's mission is to guide entrepreneurs to write the right book to attract their ideal audience. Today, she's going to talk to us about 3 easy ways to get your book done. Welcome, Sherry.
Thank you. Do I call you Beverly or Dr. Beverly?
Whatever works. I'm not pretentious. I go by Dr. Beverly on the YouTube, but
Dr. Lawrence.
Oh no, that one's too much.
Well, it's quite an accomplishment, however you like to be addressed.
So tell us about your personal journey and how you got into writing, and why did this become your passion?
Oh my goodness. You're asking me to go back more than 50 years. My grandparents got me into reading by giving me the iconic book Little Women on my 8th Christmas. And by the time I reached my teen years, I had decided I wanted to be just like Joe in Little Women. I wanted to be a writer. And I sent off for a writing course, because back then Al Gore hadn't invented the internet yet. And I was immediately stopped and given a strong dose of imposter syndrome. And so for 50 years, I did not write for publication. I wrote a little bit for pleasure, but I never felt that I would be a published author. Along comes retirement, and I had been dabbling online for various reasons for a few years, and suddenly it became easy to publish your own books. So that's what I did. And then I found a client who wanted me to write the books that he had the ideas for, and that's where the ghostwriting came in. I helped him with 3 or 4 different series, over 20 books for that client. And then I decided I wanted the royalties, so I branched out on my own and started writing fiction for myself. And that brings us up to the current time. 50 years in 3 minutes.
Well, at least you followed your passion, and it turns out you know how to write, because otherwise you wouldn't be so successful as you are.
Well, I knew I could write a competent sentence. I knew I had good grammar mechanics. And during those 50 years, I read thousands of books. I have always been a reader. I am still a reader. I still read 2 or 3 books a week. And all of that storytelling structure must have soaked in somehow. That doesn't mean I didn't have to study a little bit, more than a little bit, to write a really good book. I'm not going to tell you that all of those books were good books.
Okay.
But that's part of a writer's journey. Writers, especially fiction writers, feel their way into good writing. You learn something with every book. Every book is your best book so far. So that was part of the journey as well. But along the way, I learned the business aspects of book writing, and that's why I became a book coach and do what I do now. So,
well, some of us are not very good at sentence structure.
And that's where editors come in.
Yeah.
You don't have to be. You're not required to be. You're not even expected to be. If writing isn't your passion, if your passion is your business, but you know you need a book, the good news is writing it takes a village. Your ideas married with someone who can massage them into near perfection is how books get made.
Different kinds of editors to help you?
Definitely different kinds of editors. Would you like me to rattle them off?
Well, first, why don't you tell us about the struggles you see among people who want to have a book published?
I'm happy to do that, because being a writing coach includes a lot of mindset coaching as well. For some reason, writers seem to be higher than average in imposter syndrome symptoms than the normal population. And the normal population is 70% experience some kind of imposter syndrome some of the time. It's interesting because it's also 70% of the population who wants to write a book. So that means there's near 100% of people who want to write a book who have imposter syndrome. And it comes out in various ways. So, the big way is, who would even read my book? Why would anybody bother? Other people have already written about my topic, and they are so much better than I am. I'll be found out as a fraud. I can't possibly be visible enough to write a book. But the other ways it comes out is resistance to actually sitting down and getting the work done. It comes out as procrastination, which is part of resistance, or vice versa. It comes out as doing more research than is required so that you don't have to actually write. So it comes out in a lot of different ways, and those struggles stop good people from writing the books that their ideal clients or the people they want to help. Not all of them are clients. Most of the memoirs you read these days are people who have really struggled in life in one way or another, and they want to write about that struggle because they've overcome it, and they want other people to know there's hope, there's life on the other side of the struggle, and this is how I got through it. Maybe that'll help you get through it too. So if you don't write your book, the people who are meant to read it don't ever get to.
Good point. And I think probably everybody has a book inside of them, don't they?
I like to think they do. I suppose there are a few people who don't, but I've never met anyone who wanted to write a book who didn't have a viable book inside them.
Okay.
So people who don't want to write a book are not required to. You don't need to. You don't have to. We're not going to make you. But if you want to, then it's my feeling that you're meant to write that book, or at least get your message out somehow. And, you know, because of the title of this interview is 3 Easy Ways to Get Your Book Done, let me be clear that you do not have to write it.
So you've been helping a lot of people to create their story, either as fiction or otherwise. How has that experience and pathway impacted you?
It's been very rewarding. When I started out, I didn't even have nonfiction in mind, but there were a lot of young women that I met in Facebook groups, actually, writer groups, who would get on and just pour out their unhappiness that they had to leave their children at home and go to a corporate job in order to help support the family. And their children were growing up without them. And they just wanted to know how to make a living writing their stories. They have many stories inside them, so they could be home with their kids when their kids needed them. And, you know, a lot of entrepreneurs have that same motivation. They want more time for their family. Well, I'm sure you know, as do most people who start a business without a whole lot of business acumen at first. Owning a business is like having a terrible job with a boss who won't let you have a day off. So, and writing is the same thing. To make a living writing fiction, you've got to write a lot of books. On the other hand, as a coach, a heart-centered entrepreneur, a holistic practitioner, a course creator, an aspiring speaker, your books don't have to be the thing that makes the money. The books are there to attract the ideal audience. And when I understood that, is when I switched my focus to help those people. So, and because they're heart-centered, a lot of them want to give away their services. If they've got a book to attract more ideal clients and therefore get more ideal clients, maybe they can offer a scholarship to someone that they want to help. And that's my aspiration. I would like to be able to offer scholarships to young people who can't really afford coaching or even courses. I want to be able to help them too. That was my first effort. But of course, I have to buy groceries too. So it all comes in a circle. If I can help someone and they pay me to help them, then I can help someone that doesn't pay me to help them.
Nice.
Did I get off track?
No, you're fine. It's always nice to know people have an altruistic bent and want to help others. When you do help people, tell us about your process. What can they expect when they work with you?
It all depends on what they're trying to accomplish
Mhm.
and where they are in the journey. So some people have a book idea and don't have the faintest idea how to get started. Some people have already written a book, maybe even tried to get a traditional publisher because they didn't want to go through a self-publishing service, which is frequently expensive. They want to know how to do it themselves, what to outsource and what to do themselves and how to do it. So I can help them, I can guide them in that process. Some people just need someone to crack the whip every now and again and say, why have you not finished that chapter? So I have an offer that helps with that. And finally, there are those who they have more money than time. They know they need a book. They need someone to write it for them. And I can take on a couple of those a year. I can't take on many because I have my own writing to do as well. But my services run the gamut.
And why wouldn't they want to go with a traditional publisher?
Well, it's not always easy to get a contract with a traditional publisher. And when you do, you lose complete control of your book. Some publishers give you some input, most don't. They'll design your cover. It won't always be what you want. They'll design the interior. They'll make you change stuff to make it what they believe is commercially viable. The biggest reason I find not to go with a traditional publisher is because it can take up to 6 years to get your book published, even after you've got a contract.
Wow.
None of us have that kind of time, in my opinion.
Oh,
So, and people think traditional publishers help with the marketing. They don't, unless your name is Stephen King or Jack Canfield or J.K. Rowling. They don't. They expect you to have the platform already. And if you don't, you circle right back to you're not going to be able to get a traditional publisher. There are more people who want to publish books than there are publishers who have room in their schedules. That's why it takes so long to get it out. But there are reasons to go with a traditional publisher. And if you have what they want, which is a large following, and to do your own marketing, then that's a perfectly valid way to go. And there is still a little bit of cachet with being traditionally published over self-published. I don't have the slightest clue how to go about it. I would have to refer people to someone else. And I do have a traditionally published author and editor that I refer to. So that, I can't help everybody. There are billions of people on the earth. I can't help everybody. Neither can the people I know, but the people I know other people, and so it goes.
do you hear my dogs barking?
I can hear your dogs, yes.
Let me close the door. I'm sorry.
No worries.
Sorry about that.
No problem. I have a cat who, if he's inside the room when I close the door so that noise doesn't happen, he wants outside. If he's outside the room, he wants inside. He does not like closed doors.
Well, we have to cater to these guys, but I have two of them, and one's old and used to being alpha, and the other one's young and wants to be alpha, and so they don't get along.
Yeah,
Oh,
I had
gosh.
kids that way.
Well, Well, sorry for interrupting you.
No worries.
So when you self-publish, sounds like that is the best way to go for most people. Now we can talk about all those different kinds of editors, because when you go through a professional publisher, don't they do all the editing for you?
They
And
do. They
so
do all the editing for you, and most often you don't get to choose who that editor is. So there's another reason. That's part of the lack of control. But self-publishing goes through many rounds of editing. I've heard up to 7. It might be more, it might be less, depending on the publisher. My best advice for an indie or self-published author is get a first draft, use a developmental editor either during the first draft or immediately after, get your book in better shape, send it to beta readers. Those are volunteers or sometimes paid people who will read your book and say, you've lost some continuity, or this section doesn't make sense to me. So it's another set of eyes. A second developmental editor can do that, but then you're starting to get pricey. Then you want, once you've got it into your final draft form, you want a copy editor. The copy editor goes through and, wait a minute, I may be getting this backwards. Sometimes, so there are line editors and copy editors, and they kind of overlap. A line editor polishes your syntax, they make your sentence shine. A copy editor makes sure that you have good grammatical mechanics and good, spelling, punctuation, that sort of thing. And sometimes that's the same person. They may do it in one pass, they may do it in 2. If it's going to be different people, you want the last person in that part of the sequence to be the copy editor, because sometimes a beautiful sentence isn't grammatically correct. So you don't want to edit things that aren't going to end up in the book or that are going to be said differently. After your copy editor, there's a proofreader. The proofreader catches typos and such that the copy editor didn't. These days, a lot of people recommend a sensitivity editor to make sure that you aren't offending special interest groups with your words. And finally, and this one's kind of fun, if you absolutely want to, you can get an oops editor. And an oops editor finds the errors that the proofreader missed. There is no such thing as a perfectly edited book. You can find a New York Times bestseller with typos in it. So you can go overboard. You can have all of those people. You can pay a lot of money to get them. There are self-publishing service companies that will bundle it and maybe be more affordable than you going and finding each of those people yourself. Some of those people could be volunteers. If you have a family member or a friend who has great mechanics, maybe they were an English major, maybe they're an author themselves. Authors make pretty good editors. They just can't see their own errors.
yeah,
This is why I say, it takes a village. All of these people get your book the best it can possibly be, within reason. You could send it to 42 editors if you wanted to, but it wouldn't be a very good thing to do. and then it's ready to be uploaded. So it isn't. I used to say you can write and publish a book in a month. I used to be able to do that. I used to be able to do that for a full-length novel, but I don't do it anymore because that means you're rushing your editor, you're rushing your proofreader, you're going to miss things. So It's possible to write a full-length novel in final draft in a month. It's possible to get a short client attracting book in a week or two. But then you've got to take the time to polish it, in my opinion, if you want it to do what you want it to do.
I know when I did my dissertation for my PhD, which is like writing a book
Mhm.
that long, every time I read it, and you have to reread it, change it, reword it, and I would find a mistake on at least one on every page every time I reread it. And of course, I had to resubmit it 5 times because they read it and go, no, this is wrong. You can't do that. No.
Exactly. Well, I mean, even a dissertation, and you're right, it is like a major research book project. It's this is why we talk about author blindness. You know, the saying, familiarity breeds contempt.
Yeah.
It also breeds blindness. You see what you meant to write
Mhm.
instead of what you actually wrote. So reading it over and over and over is not necessarily the best way to go. My process includes reading and then a rigorous revision process. But even then, I like to set it aside for 2 or 3 weeks at a minimum before I do the revision process. And there will still be errors that go through.
Mhm.
That's why I mean, who am I to dictate something to somebody? But I highly recommend that you use as many of those types of editors as you can afford, just so that you can put your best foot forward.
Mhm.
When you're writing a client attracting book, it doesn't really inspire a lot of confidence if the book is full of errors.
That's true.
Sorry, it's just
absolutely true.
that's just the way it is.
Oh, that's so true. Yeah. And if you can't afford an editor, you need to find friends who can edit it.
Yeah, and I mean, there's always barter. There are other authors that
Oh,
are decent editors who also need editors for their book.
oh,
You know, but I mean, you would want to have good mechanics yourself before you traded for it, or you could trade something else. I know you build websites.
mm-hmm,
Authors need websites.
mm-hmm.
You could get an author. A lot of authors do editing on the side, so you could get an editor in return for you know, a website audit to see if their website is doing what they want it to, or even some building. There are a lot of ways to barter.
That's very, very true.
Doesn't always require cash money.
Yeah, that's very true. So how can people learn more about the work you do?
The best way to learn more about the work I do is to download my app.
Aha.
And we
don't you
have
a
something to
free
say
gift?
about that later.
Oh, you can tell us about that now.
Okay. Well, I have what's known as an expert app.
Mhm.
That's the name that the company who provides the platform has called it. And it has a lot of content. And with that content comes extra content that allows you to reach me. But that requires you to download my app. And the most content comes when you also register as the subscribed user. That unlocks a ton of content. And
what type of content is it? Give us some examples.
it's all kinds of content. You see my business name down in the corner here, Meta Prosperity. And to me, that word means prosperity or growth in every aspect of your life, not just financial. So it means having good health. It means having good relationships. It means every aspect, not just writing. I mean, my expertise is in writing and self-publishing, but I have interests in all of those broad things, good mindset, all of those things. So my app has content in all of those areas. Some of it I provide, some of it is provided by experts like yourself. And it's kind of like I used to do as a little girl before the internet was discovered or invented. I would get the encyclopedias out and browse, so that I could find something interesting. And that's what to do with an app like this.
Cool. Now, you also have a gift for our VIPs, the $97 participants. Tell us about that.
I do. I have a discovery session called Get Your Book Done Strategy Session. And the value of that comes from the fact that I discover, the discovery part's for me, where you are in your book writing journey, whether from the very beginning or you just want to know how to upload it to Amazon.
Mhm.
If I have an offer that fulfills that need, I will tell you about it. If I don't, I often have a way to refer you to someone who can help you with it. And you come away with a very clear idea of your next steps and sometimes how to take them. So it's, I pack it with a lot of value. Normally it's a half hour. Typically for something like this, when I'm offering it as a VIP bonus, I take some extra time, 45 minutes to an hour, so that the value is substantial.
Wow, that's really awesome. Cool. So do you have any final words for our audience?
Get your book done. We didn't even talk about the easy ways.
Oh, okay. Talk about the easy ways.
Oh, you were winding up, so I don't know that we've got time, but
We got time.
remember I said you don't have to write it?
Uh-huh.
So one way is to compile your talks. If you're a speaker, compile and transcribe your talks, have them edited. All speakers, most speakers have some ums and ahs that you don't want in your book. So you definitely need to have it edited. There are easy ways to do that. So you can compile your talks or your blog posts. If you write blog posts, you can compile your blog posts into a book. You can also do it the other way around, by the way. I have a colleague who has written a really fun book about writing, and he chopped it up into 52 blog posts. So now he's got a year's worth of content from this book. If you're a course creator, you can transcribe your course videos, again, have them edited. You might have to massage the content a little bit, but that gives you a lot of great Q&A to put in your book. If that's an interactive course and you have videos where people are asking you questions during your live sessions. So now you've got a book that attracts people to your course, and you can ask your students to buy the book so that you can add stuff. You can put a bibliography in where they can get even more resources, and that book becomes a valuable ongoing thing for your students. And then there's the interview book. If you are a podcaster, you can have your podcasts transcribed. And I would personally ask permission or make it a requirement so that your interviewees know that their interview is going to end up in a book. But that's another way. So anything that you do on a themed basis, you can turn into a book that will display your expertise. So those are
good ideas.
3 easy ways.
Wow. Yeah. So, but you
I
have
can
to
see the wheels turning.
yeah. Yeah, they're turning all right. I have a podcast.
I know you do.
But you have to have the person's permission, right?
Well, I would make it an understanding that, for example, I used to do a mini summit. Now I do bigger summits, but one of the people I interviewed on my summit did not want me to turn that interview into a product because it was her beta for a talk she was going to do that led to a paid program that she was creating. So I agreed not to do that. You need to come to a meeting of the minds, and I would personally get it in writing as well.
Oh, in writing. Okay. Yeah, probably have to get some legal advice on. Does it
Always
count?
get legal advice on your contracts. Always.
Wow. Well, that was pretty cool. So do you have any more final words?
I think that was enough, don't you? We
Well,
don't want to overwhelm anybody.
No,
There's a
well, sure.
lot to unpack. I like to try to make it simple for people, but in fact, there are many steps and a lot to know. So that's why I've created my course and my book and all of the helpful programs I have so that everyone can get what they need, as much or as little as they need. And hopefully it's of value.
Well, having self-published my own book, I can tell you it's valuable to have at very least a coach to help you through it. My first book, that's my best friend has a publishing company and she coached me through it.
Well, good deal.
Balboa Press, they got me through the second edition.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, but you don't want to do it on your own. I agree. You gotta go with someone that has a few books under their belt and knows what they're doing.
Yeah, you can do it that way, or you can do it the way I did and take 7 years to figure it out.
Yeah, no, I'm not that patient. Well, Sherry, it was great talking to you. It was a wonderful talk and lots of good information for all those of us that want to publish another book.
Great. So,
All right, Sherry.
thank you for having me on.
Yeah, you're welcome. Okay, everyone. So we have a 10-minute bio break. Let's see, we'll be back at 1:10. So we've actually got 14 minutes. So if you need to run and do something, we're going to start up again at 1:10 with Mindy Hubner. And okay, there we go. I did get that stopped. So I'm going to put the next speaker's sign up, and when we're going to come back, I'll ring the little bell. So we'll start back up at 1:10. That's Pacific time. So you can go and if you need water or whatever you need to do. And we'll see you back in a few minutes. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our next. Okay, that happened. Too many things to click. Okay, my bad. Sorry. I got carried away reading email. So I'm a few minutes late, but we're going to start now. This is Mindy Hubner, and let's see here. I think I didn't, start share. There we go. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our next speaker, Mindy Hubner. She is an intuitive mindset mastery coach. Mindy is an intuitive master mind coach who knows rewiring your brain is the key to unlocking your magic so that you can create a soul-aligned business and an extraordinary life. Wow. And today she's going to talk about the 7 keys to manifesting anything. Hello, Mindy. Welcome.
Hello, thank you so much for having me here. I'm so excited and so excited to share. Everyone's already got magic, right? We're just going to unlock it. We're going to rewire the brain so they can unlock all that inner magic and truly manifest anything they want, really have a soul-aligned business and an extraordinary life.
Nice, because I think most people are doing it wrong. So this is a good lesson for everyone.
They are, and there's no shame in that, my friends. Like we're conditioned. The world is got a lot backwards, and all of you watching this, right? You're already taking a step. You're already casting a vote. You're going to hear me say this so many times. Casting a vote for that next level version of you, that evolved version of you who knows there's a better way.
Yes, that's so true. So tell us about your personal journey, how you got started with all of this, and what's your story?
Yeah, I have been coaching, teaching, mentoring my entire adult life. I spent 17 plus years in direct sales, training a large team, recruiting, selling, was number 1 in sales a lot, earned trips all the time. I say all that to say, I was very successful at hustling, grinding, yeah, and striving for achievement. Very successful. And I didn't know any better, right? Like this was what was modeled to me. My dad was a workaholic. My mom, she didn't do any sort of self-care, any of those kinds of things that we are so prevalent now. They did the best they could with the tools that they had. And what was always modeled to me was that, and there's no shame if you're a type A, that type A, grind, achieve, do, the constant doing and never being. And finally, after many signs from the universe, physically, spiritually, emotionally, I was exhausted enough to the point, not that I was like, oh, I can't do this anymore. I was like, what am I doing? Like, I am smarter than this. There has got to be a more aligned way to have all that I want in my life and actually have more. Mm-hmm. So when that switch finally went off, I had been believing that rest equaled lazy, which is a story the world tells, right? Right? And the truth is rest breeds productivity. The more I rest, the easier my business goes. The more I rest, the more in alignment I am when it's time to be in aligned action, right? And aligned hustle even, because there are times that we hustle, but it's not a continual 24/7, you'll sleep when you're dead, those kinds of lies that they're just lies. They're just not true. And when I finally figured all that out, I did a deep dive into habits and the way your brain works and NLP and neuroscience and the whole bit, and took what I knew from strategy and coaching and brought this new way of thinking, this identity shift, literally identity shift, started casting votes for this new version of me. When I figured it out, mostly, right? Because I'm still growing. We're always growing. I was like, this is it. This is what I am bringing to humans in general, and especially to female entrepreneurs, because that was me. And I have so many colleagues that were on the same path, exhausted, burnt out, so filled with self-doubt because they were so spinning in the doing as opposed to just being, right? And the moment that I like saw the way to rewire my brain and continue to rewire my brain, literally the magic was unlocked, tapped into that intuitive side. And for some people, they'll be like, ew, I don't want to hear that. And other people will tap right into this, really figured out that beautiful harmony between the divine masculine and divine feminine, right? That hustle, that grind, that and the flow and the ease, and how they get to work together to really like have a soul aligned business.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what do you see as the biggest struggle? Because obviously there's a lot of people out there that don't know how to rest. So what's the biggest struggle with that?
The belief that they're not worth the rest. They don't deserve
Oh, really?
to rest.
Oh.
They're not worthy of support.
Oh, wow.
This is, I come consistently, I am bumping up against this belief, and it might not manifest in this way, but once we start digging into what really is the belief is like, I should be able to do it all on my own. This was me. I didn't think that I wasn't worthy of support, but I did think like, I don't need anybody else. I can do this. It was a weakness to not be able to do it.
Yeah.
Because I was so in that one mindset. I was so driven and so couldn't see. And part of what I do now, because I have tapped in to all that magic, I bring the unconscious conscious, and I do that very quickly for other people. I just listen to them talk for a few minutes, and I know the limiting beliefs that are stopping them from embodying and embracing that next level human, that just the next version of themselves, right? Because that's what I feel like we're constantly ascending, I hope, right? That we're learning and ascending, and we're never shaming past self. This is another thing that I run into. The world really likes shame and blame and guilt, and there's a place for guilt. Sometimes there's a place for healthy guilt, right? It lets us do a little gut check, like, oh, maybe that wasn't very nice what I just said, or there's a place for a healthy amount of that. Shame, I don't think there's a place for shame at all. It doesn't serve anyone, and we get really curious about, instead of shaming and guilting, and we get to bless and release past self, like he, this past self got me here. So something worked out right. So I could count on her for a lot. And then I get to say to her, like, thank you. I have it from here, right? Wiser me, ascended me. I'm going to take the good, and I'm going to bless and release what no longer serves. Not bad, not wrong, just what no longer serves. We get to get out of this whole like finger pointing at ourselves and blaming, so that we can really work through those limiting beliefs.
So what's your best secret for working with them?
One, you're worth it. Like this is, you're capable, you're full of possibility, and you're completely worth it. You deserve anything you want. You deserve it. You deserve it. And so you just get to start casting votes for the version of you that deserves it. So that's the first thing. And let's just talk about beliefs and affirmations. And one of your superpowers is you can direct a thought. So if you're continually having habitual thoughts of, I'm not worth it, I don't have time, this is silly, like any of those kinds of things, guess what? You win. Because whatever you're thinking on a regular basis becomes part of your identity, and your brain creates habits to prove it to yourself. You are like this amazing machine. So you're using your superpower for evil sometimes, and you get to use it for good. You get to start really like taking that thought captive. Wait a minute. Does this thought really serve me? And sometimes we need to go way deeper into it. And sometimes we just get to just say, no, like, no, I'm taking this thought captive and I am directing my thought. And I say all that because when I said you get to start believing, in my experience, women, and I do work with men, but women as a majority, when you want them to affirm themselves, it can be tricky to go from 0 to 60. It can be tricky to move from I don't deserve it to I deserve anything I want. That's a big jump. And your brain's like, BS. Like, we don't believe you. You don't feel it in your body. You know, the brain and the body are not connected in this. So we get to move to a more neutral place. We get to move from I don't deserve this to I'm a woman who could embrace this. Like, we get to start moving ourselves to cast the vote as we ascend. If we're not ready to ascend to this next level, right? If we're not ready to embody this version, we get to just like stair step it up until we go, oh yeah, we got this. And then boom, then we make those quantum leaps. Once we cast those votes, we start rewiring the brain. So that's the first like secret, is the believing that you deserve it, that you're worth it. It's possible, like on anything that you do. I love to use mental rehearsal to really start shifting and rewiring the brain. So let's talk couple things about your brain. This is for all my like brain-based science people. And the woo people are going to love this too. So, because you just get to embody it, right? Your brain doesn't know the difference between real and imagined. That's why, as well, stress, when you create stress in your body right now, as far as your brain knows, it's creating that same primal thing of running from a tiger, right? Your central nervous system shuts down, like all kinds of things start happening, right? Your parasympathetic and your sympathetic, right? They start competing, all the things happen because your brain doesn't know the difference between real and imagined. So that being said, when you mentally rehearse, when you cast a vision, a couple of things that we're doing are relieving some stress. I mentally rehearse everything without even thinking about it now. It's a complete automation for me. If someone's thinking, well, what do I want to start mentally? Like, where would I even start with mentally rehearsing something? You could start with anything that you want to make a shift in, any experience that you want to show up differently in. So maybe it's literally how you get out of bed in the morning. Maybe you really want to have a 5 things I'm grateful for practice, right? Before your feet hit the floor. So what do you get to do? You get to cast that vision. So more than seeing it, more than visualization, because not everybody's even visual, right? Like I have clients like, I don't see anything. Like, I don't know how to do this. I'm doing it wrong. You're not. So see it if you can see it. See yourself. You're in the bed. Alarm goes off. You turn it off. Take a big deep breath. Say 5 things that I'm grateful for. You talk through the 5 things. So you see this happening. Okay, you also get to hear it happening. You hear the alarm. You hear yourself maybe talking out loud. You hear, for me, you hear your body cracking and creaking as you wake up, right? You hear the bed move. Like maybe if you have pets, you're hearing the dog, like whatever. You're hearing the sounds that you would hear. You're seeing what you would see. So you're literally seeing your bed and all the familiar things. You want to go deeper. Hear it, taste it, smell it. Like what would you be experiencing aroma wise in your room? Do you have essential oil? Is there like, this is what I call diving into a swimming pool of your outcome. So when we mentally rehearse, we have what we call a well-formed outcome. We'll also talk about the secret sauce for outcomes, but an outcome, very different than a goal. Goals are great. Goals are an aim, they're a purpose, they're a direction. And anyone watching this has set a goal and not come anywhere near it. Set it and forget it. Like we've done that plenty of times, right? Outcomes are what actually happens. Outcomes are the results of the action or inaction that we take towards the goal, towards the thing that we want. So I work in outcomes and then next level from that too. When we have a well-formed outcome, I want to have a 5-minute or a 5-thing gratitude practice every day. What makes you want to have that? Like, in order to create this compelling, like, because you're going to dive into a swimming pool of it. You're going to embody the human who has this 5-thing gratitude practice. Nothing's going to stop you from doing this. And so you get to mentally rehearse how that feels. How does it feel in your body to say these 5 things you're grateful for? What are you, besides your voice, what are you hearing if you're saying it out loud? Maybe you're writing it. Maybe you're just saying it in your head. If you're writing it, how does it feel? Your pen in your hand. You're literally mentally rehearsing each motion and all the things that happen in the motion. So it's like visualization on steroids. And this is proven brain science for you. So don't take my word for it. Go Google it, and definitely Google Michael Phelps, Olympic gold swimmer. Michael Phelps and tons of Olympic athletes use mental rehearsal. He uses next level mental rehearsal like me. I'm going to teach you first level mental rehearsal. And here's why. The mental rehearsal that I'm encouraging you to practice is to go, you're going from point A to point B, you're going from your start to your outcome perfectly, exactly how you want it to go. Because this is what you get to rehearse first. Okay, so this is where everyone starts. We want to have this 5-thing gratitude practice. I see myself, the alarm's going off, I'm turning it off, I'm sitting up, I'm writing it down, I'm hearing the sounds, I'm feeling the feels, I'm smelling the smells, right? All the things. And now I've accomplished this, and I have created the outcome of not only doing it, but feeling how I wanted to feel about it, right? I am also casting a vote for the identity of the woman who, the identity of the human who automatically has a 5-thing gratitude practice. Like, it's not a question. Of course I do this. Like, this is who I am. So next level from that, and Beverly, I could talk all day. So you interrupt me anytime you want.
Oh, you're on a roll.
Awesome. Next level up from that is the Olympic medalist type of mental rehearsal. So I'm encouraging you all to go from A to B perfectly. Yay. Next level is A to B with some obstacles and some things that happen. So maybe you mentally rehearse to do your 5-thing gratitude practice. You wake up in the morning and the alarm didn't go off. And so now you're late and you're feeling that stress. And how do you get to be the human who honors the 5-thing gratitude practice? How do you still get to the well-formed outcome? This is the magic in mental rehearsal, right? Nothing's going to stop you from showing up as that human. Michael Phelps mentally rehearsed his race so many times, and he mentally rehearsed it with water in his goggles. Like, imagined that happening, how it would feel. That is how he won a gold medal. He got water in his goggles. It did not deter the outcome at all because he had mentally rehearsed so many times it didn't matter. He had mentally rehearsed A, B, C, like nothing would stop him from winning the gold medal, from being the human who. So this is the power of mental rehearsal, is that we start casting all these votes for our self-confidence and our self-esteem. Past self showed up for us, right? They showed us how to get through the obstacles, like all the things to rewire your brain. And it might sound like, oh, that would take a really long time. It doesn't. When you start practicing it, you just start boop, 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 going through. So I said I mentally rehearse all the time. I don't even think about now when I come on something like this, especially, I mean, we're so in the, the last 2 years in the age of Zoom, right? We've Zoomed. There are technical difficulties a lot of times. Okay, well, for some people, that could really throw them. They could get super flustered. That doesn't have to be you. You can mentally rehearse no matter what happens along the way from A, the summit starting and my interview starting, to B, my interview ending and it being the most downloaded episode, right? Nothing's going to stop me from getting there. No technical difficulty, no light falling. No thing is going to stop me from getting there because I've embodied her. I've decided and I have rehearsed getting there to her already. I already know that it's going to be amazing. Like people are going to tune in. They're going to get the absolute thing they need. It's going to change their life. Like there's no doubt in my mind.
So your subconscious mind doesn't sabotage you, which is really common for people.
And the beauty in your brain not knowing the difference between real and imagined, and you rehearsing it, mentally rehearsing it, when you get to the actual thing, there's much less stress in it. Much less, because your brain's like, oh, we've been here before. We got this. Like, let's do this. Like this feeling of nervousness or fear or whatever, like we've already been here, right? Your brain is on board with you. And so you get to embody that. Now, the true secret sauce in mental rehearsal, aside from the plan A, plan B, plan C, and I'm highly encouraging you, just start with plan A, like try it on, right? Is being in your of course energy. So here's the next thing I see that happens for everyone that I work with until they learn this technique. Just like the affirmation or the belief from I don't deserve it to I absolutely deserve it, right? Like trying to go from 0 to 60. We don't want to start our mental rehearsal in the state of, I hope, I wish, right? This is disbelief. This is already disbelief. So how do we get to counteract that? We get to get in our of course energy. See, hopey wishy energy is wanting energy. We don't want to be in wanting energy. We're going to be in having energy, like it's already done. So we get into our of course energy. What's that? That's anything that you do positively on the regular without even thinking about it. So Beverly walks her dog. Am I right?
Both of them.
Okay, so this is of course energy. Of course I walk the dog after an interview. Of course I give them a treat during an interview, like whatever it is, right? Of course, it's positive. It feels natural and good. There's no forcing in it, right? So for me, of course I brush my teeth the moment I get out of bed, right? Like it's the first or second thing that I do, of course. Of course, I have a giant glass of water here next to me because I'm a water drinker. Of course I do. So you find your of course energy. Don't overthink it. I already hear somebody like, wait, I don't know. You don't need to overthink it. You've got tons of course energy, just positive, natural, automatic energy. Breathe it in. Embody it. Now copy and paste it into your mental rehearsal. Now mentally rehearse from the place of already having it. That's game changer.
In ascension classes, we teach people to be in the moment and hope, which is what you were saying, I hope or I wish, to let go of hope because that's living in the future and worry is living in the past. So letting go of both. So you're basically really teaching people how to ascend. That's the
Yay! Oh, I just got goosebumps. No one's ever said that to me. That's awesome.
Well,
Great.
you don't teach ascension, I do. But
I
that's
teach
what
brain rewiring, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And that's what it's all about.
Incredible. Yeah. Yes. So that is one of the ways, and a simple way, honestly. And no worries, I have a guided mental rehearsal for you. So if you're thinking, yeah, I'd really like to try that, but I have no idea, I got you. Like, I'll walk you through one and you get to create whatever outcome you want in it. And I just prompt you through it. So that's an amazing way to start. Amazing way to start rewiring your brain.
Can people do that on their own, or do they really need a coach, or what do you say?
No, you can absolutely start it on your own. you'll find limiting beliefs that come up for you if you've got some, right? And then you may want to reach out for someone, you know. You can absolutely mentally rehearse on your own. You don't have to start with something huge. It might be drinking more water. And here's like, this beautifully takes us, exactly. Yeah. This beautifully takes us into, I'm going to jump into the next question, Beverly, because it beautifully walks us there. It walks us into 7 keys for manifesting. So if there's more that if there's something else you want to ask me, I'll just tell everybody, park that for a second, because then we're going to go right into the 7 keys of manifesting, because the mental rehearsal really sets you up well for that.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, awesome. So there are 7 keys, essential keys to manifesting anything that you want.
Mm-hmm.
And the very first key is knowing what you want. And that may sound silly.
People
and people are like, well, I know what I don't want. Okay, well, there's a start. So what's on the other side of that, right? This is the same energy as a mental rehearsal, in as much as you've got a well-formed outcome. You know what you want, and you don't just know, you hear it, you taste it, you smell it, you feel it, you embody it, you dive into a swimming pool of, I know that I know that I know this is what I want. So if you want to manifest something, and that could be a state of being that you want to manifest, it could be a tangible thing, money. Lots of people want to manifest money, right? Clients, romance, like all the things.
Money, or do they want what money will buy them?
Yeah. So that's
people ask for the wrong thing.
That's the next thing. Knowing what you want, what makes you want that? Mm-hmm. And here's where I'll say, why is a really great question until it's not. Why can turn on us really quickly, because when someone says why, we tell a story because, right? We go right into a because. If we say, when you're using why to get to the meat of what you want, that's good. I even encourage 7 whys deep. Well, I want this. Well, why? Well, because of this. Well, what will having that do for you? Well, then I'll be able to do this. Well, why? Like, you go deeper and deeper, and you can usually get to the root.
Yeah.
It's when we use why to defend and to where we just start telling stories, right? We just go into our story, and there's no shame in that. It's a habit, and lots of us do it. The quality of our lives is based on the quality of the questions that we ask ourselves and that we ask others. And so when you are, what do you want, right? Like knowing what you want, I encourage you to do why and what. Anytime why is going to turn on you, you get to go, especially if we're talking about a limiting belief. I'm just pausing for a second on the know what you want, because we're going to get down here. When you get to a limiting belief, what makes me think that? What makes me feel that way? When did I decide this? How can I move through this? How can I feel differently? As opposed to why, right? Can you see how why can just spiral us down, and it's difficult to get out of on our own sometimes. So know what you want. Everybody clear? Know what you want. Be able to dive into a swimming pool of it, because it gets to be super compelling, or you're not going to go for it. You're not going to do the other things that get to happen in order to have this identity, feeling, thing, whatever it is that you want. So know what you want. The second step, take action. And this action gets to be on the physical plane and on the spiritual, mental, emotional plane. So take action. Part of your action gets to be mental rehearsal, gets to be seeing yourself achieving, gets to be seeing yourself becoming, right? So taking action. Sometimes it's taking inaction. When we're manifesting, right? Major attachment is no good. We get to be detached from the outcome. It's already done, right? We're just putting things in motion. We are acting as if. So inaction like that, right? There sometimes is inaction as well in your action taking, and or not doing some things that aren't serving you, right? In order to create this self-sabotage, that type of thing.
But you do have to put energy into the goal.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So we take the action, physical plane action, mental, spiritual, like these are essential to manifesting. Yes, definitely. If you're wanting to grow a business, then some of the action that you're going to take is becoming more visible, right? Like no one can come to you if they don't know you're there, right? And you're going to create a system to have emails so that you have an audience that you can talk to. Like you definitely, right? You take action. You take action. So know what you want, take action. The third key to manifesting anything, check the data. What are the results that you're getting? Like check the data. You know what you want. You've taken the action. Now check the data. What's the data telling you? The data can tell you a whole bunch of things. One of the things the data can tell you is you are right on track. You really do know what you want and you really are taking all the action for it. And you are in exactly the place that you forecasted you would be when you set the vision for knowing what you want, right?
Mm-hmm.
The other thing, one of the other things the data can tell you is my action could use a little tweaking. Another thing the data could tell you is that's not really what I want, is it? Because I'm not showing up as the human who is embodying that. So now we get to do a little like, So the data can tell you all kinds of things. Please don't be afraid of the data. It's your friend. The data, there's no failure. It's just fuel for the future. Like this is just you learning and growing and moving closer to what you want, right? Closer to embodying that human that you want to be. So know what you want, take action, check the data. And the data is just data. There's like, we don't have to tie any emotion to the data either. It's like, when I think of money, I think of this a lot, especially money, it's a number on a page, right? Like it's a fact. Like it's a fact in the moment. So whatever the bank account balance is right now is a fact in this moment. There's no reason to be happy or upset about it. It is a fact. Now, can it change? Can you make that change? Yes. It just is, you get to be like the data, you get to be neutral about the data. You get to tune into yourself, trust yourself if you're a CEO of your business, right? Like the data is really your friend. So tune into it. Now, the fourth step, I'm taking a big breath. Everybody take a big breath. The fourth step, being willing to change. This is key. So you know what you want, you've taken the action, you're checking the data, and the data says, damn, what are you doing? You're not anywhere near what you want, right? Be willing to change. Be willing to change what? A belief, a perspective, a situation, a circumstance, an action, many actions, inaction, a relationship. Like what is getting in the way of manifesting what you want?
Mm-hmm.
And it could just be a rearrangement of the way that you're doing things. Like you really get to be a detective and get curious. How do I get to shake this up so that I am moving closer to what I want? Because this is there's much more than doing, right? This is who we are being. This is what we are exuding as well. And so if we're exuding an unwillingness to say, I didn't get that quite right, right? If we're stuck in our ego, if we're unwilling to go, I'm going to learn from this, and I'm going to make it better next time, because that's what we get to do, right? You're not going to manifest whatever you want. I already know. You already know. That's not going to happen if you're not willing to change. And this is a gift. Like change is a gift. First of all, the only thing constant is change. So you get to just, you get to just step into it. Ooh, how do I get to change today? Right? Know what you want. Take action. Check the data. Be willing to change. And that's where limiting beliefs can come in too, Beverly. Like this is, so willing to change a belief about who you get to be, what you deserve, how you get to show up, the support that you're worthy of, right? If you have a vision that you've cast, this know what I want, and it's growing a business, okay, one of the things that might come up is support, like actual hiring someone to help you and believing that you can afford that. It's literally almost that you can't not afford it, right? Or you won't get where you want, that you are worthy of the support. One of the things I work with entrepreneurs all the time, like, what would I give a VA? Oh, the list is like so long, right? Yeah. So this is where limiting beliefs can really come in and start to self-sabotage, right? If we're not willing to change, if we're not willing to just take a step back and go, okay, what gets to be different? How do I get to be different?
Yeah.
So that was the fourth one, being willing to change. 5, excellence. Not to be confused with perfection, because that is a lie. Excellence is me at my best. And when I'm at my best, I ask myself this question: how do I get to have more fun? How do I get to bring more joy? How does there get to be more ease in what I'm doing? This is excellence. Think about how you feel when you're like, yeah, how does this get to be more fun? Like, how can I fill up on some more joy in pursuit of what I want? And how does there get to be more ease? Like, don't we want more ease? We're so constantly fighting, right? If we're stuck in that striving, grinding, hustling, there's no ease anywhere in that. So you get to, again, check in with yourself. Like, I deserve excellence. And that means more joy, more ease. Where can I find that? Where can I just move the needle just a tiny bit towards joy and ease in creating this identity, this outcome, whatever it is that I've said I want, that I'm manifesting? 6 and 7 are together, really. Gratitude and integrity. In order to manifest anything you want, you get to have gratitude as a foundation. I'm going to repeat that for everyone, because there's a couple of things in there. So you get to, not you need to, not you have to, not you must, not you should. You get to. This is a choice. It's an energetic choice, and it shifts everything. You get to create a business. You get to move your body. You get to walk the dogs, right? You love to walk the dogs. You get to walk them. They're your dogs. Not I have to. I remember a client a long time ago. She's like, I got to pick up the kids. Like, well, don't you want them? They're yours. Yeah. It's a perspective shift. Yeah. It's a word swap. We're so used to just not monitoring what comes out of our mouth. Mm-hmm. So gratitude, you get to have it as a foundation. How? What does that look like? Where do I start? Mentally rehearsing the 5 things that you're grateful for, right? Like, when gratitude is your foundation, it literally shifts everything for you. When you believe that everything happens for you, not to you, when you believe that there, as cliche as it is, there's always something to be grateful for. Even if I have to squint and stand on my head, there is one tiny sliver that I can start to rebuild my gratitude practice on. So when gratitude is a foundation, everything looks different. It feels different. You're different. Trust me. If you know people who live from the opposite, a foundation of, I don't know, ungratitude, ingratitude, I don't even know what the word is, not gratitude, you know what happens. You know what their aura is. You just, you know.
What I find with some of the patients and people I've worked with is one of the biggest barriers to gratitude is forgiveness. How do you work with people who just refuse to forgive?
Yes. This is another perspective shift, right? I think part of, I know, I don't think I know, part of forgiveness is us switching the narrative that forgiveness is for us, right? I know, you know that. This is not about the schmuck who, right? Like this is not about them. This is about me and what I deserve.
Yeah.
And I deserve to release this burden, release this weight. It's not saying what they did was okay. There's no whitewashing going on, like none of that. It is strictly a gift for yourself.
Yeah.
That's it. That's it. And when we start shifting that perspective, right, then we can shift the perspective for gratitude. So I agree. Yes, forgiveness can be a very interesting subject for people, right?
It can be pretty deep. I've had some people that it was,
Yep.
I won't go into some of the stories, but yeah, it's something that you really have to work with people on to get them past that.
And you get to keep like tuning into yourself about it too. You know, who would I be if I believed forgiveness was for me? Like what would change for me? What would open up for me? If I'm currently believing that forgiveness means, and here's what I find, like they've given a meaning to it that's just like set in stone. Forgiveness means it's okay what they did to me. Forgiveness means I have to like them again. Forgiveness means, and they've just decided this, right? And that's not like, it doesn't have, you get to, just like you gave that meaning to it, you can give it another meaning. You can decide something else, that forgiveness now means I get to be off the hook from having to carry this weight, right? I get to let it go. I get to say, I get to bless and release it, right? And still be me and not them. And so it's yes, like you get to keep tuning in to that if this is a path that is blocking you from something, right? Our limiting beliefs, while they feel like a protection, because that's always going to be what people, they think their limiting belief is protecting them. And when they really like pull back the curtain, it's protecting them from growth. It's protecting them from from ascending, like almost always in some way, shape, or form, right? So go ahead.
I was going to say it takes away their peace of mind. They're upset about something that happened in the past. You can't change the past. It's over.
Yep.
So what are you going to do for now? And what are you going to do in the future? Do you want to be this way forever?
Who do you want to be?
Yeah.
That's always my question. Like, who do you want to be? And who are you being? Right? Who are you being? Are you being the human who? Are you casting votes for the vision that you've cast? Or are you casting votes for living in the past?
Yeah.
And again, there's no shame in that. You just get to get curious.
Yeah.
What do I get to do to change that? What do I get to do to feel differently about that?
So we've been talking about these 7 things. I actually wrote them down. I thought they were pretty good. So don't you have a VIP gift for everybody that talks about this to help them?
I do. We didn't talk about integrity. Can I just sneak integrity in there?
Totally. Yeah. Oh, I thought we did. Okay.
Integrity is a twofold piece, and it's responsible for you, because this is the only thing that you can control ever is you, right? How you show up. So integrity is about keeping the sacred appointments, keeping your word to you in this manifesting. You say you want this. Are you being the human who? Are you checking the data? Are you in alignment? And so if you're out of integrity, again, no shame, this is where you get to check. Well, my conscious and my subconscious are not matched up on this. What's the deal? What's going on? Do I really want this thing? Is there a limiting belief blocking me from being in alignment? And so you get to be in alignment, in integrity with yourself, right? As you manifest whatever it is you want. Here, if you're trying to manifest money, but deep down you believe rich people are jerks, you are out of alignment, right? Like it's not going to happen, right? Because you're going to get it and then it's going to all disappear, right? Like, or you're not going to get it. Like, so you get to really check that alignment factor too. That's huge. Are you being who you say you truly want to be? Are you doing what you say you're going to do? Are you keeping your appointments with yourself? Are you keeping your word to yourself? So yes, I have a VIP gift.
That last one's pretty important, because a lot of people do develop a lot of hidden beliefs that they may not even want to admit to themselves
Mm-hmm.
about other people, because it's easy to criticize and judge and assume, and we all do that too easily.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. This is when we said the other thing about integrity, if you don't mind that we sit here for a minute on integrity. When I said responsible for yourself, for yourself, right? We get to go a little bit deeper. Here's how we live as humans. We live at effect and we live at cause. Sometimes we live at effect in parts of our lives and we live at cause in other parts of our lives. The goal is to constantly be at cause. Here's the difference. When we live at effect, we get a list of reasons and excuses why nothing ever goes the way we want it to go. People trigger us. Like, we're constantly doing this. We're giving away our power when we're at effect. Always. When we live at effect, circumstances, this, that, the economy, right? I'm not saying that there aren't actual things that can happen. And do they get to steal your power is really the thing, right? When we're living in the place of continually giving away our power to everything else, we're in effect, and we will never get the results that we want. Certainly not on a consistent basis.
Yeah, it's the victim mode.
So we get to come over to cause. When we live at cause, when we take back our power, when we remember what we can control, how we show up, what we think, what we say, what we feel, right? When we live at cause, we get a list of results. We might not like them. That's okay. We were responsible for them, and we get to say, hey, I don't really like that result. I'm willing to change. I'm checking the data.
Yep.
Is this in alignment with me?
Right.
Did I use gratitude as a foundation? We get results that we're responsible for,
Right.
in as much as we can control, right?
Mm-hmm.
So integrity is also really checking the cause and effect. Am I living at cause or am I living at effect? Because it's a game changer. And I have heard, I couldn't tell you how many times in the past, I don't know how many years, I'm just going to say 5 years is when I first started hearing this phrase more often. And I'm going to rephrase it. So how we do one thing is how we do everything. How you do one thing is how you do everything. I'm going to say to you, how you do one thing gets to be how you do everything.
Oh, okay.
Because if you're in a rut right now and you're doing all the things the way that you don't want to do them, you get to start switching that. So you get to find a process, a system, a strategy, right? Get to have an outcome that you want. You find this system, this process in it, and you start embodying the human who, you start being that in your identity. Then you get a result that you want. Now you've got this system that works. Well, let's take this system and put it over here and start going for something. So if we're talking about finances here, now we're talking about relationships, now we're talking about health, right? We get to start taking that process, that system, that way of being, and start shifting it so that how we do one thing gets to be how we do everything.
That's a good one. So you were going to tell us about the gift?
Yes, yes, I
Guided
have.
mental rehearsal for manifesting success?
So the guided mental rehearsal for manifesting success is the free gift, and that will walk you through how to have a well-formed outcome and see yourself doing the things and being like we talked about at the beginning. I do also have a VIP gift though. So for anyone who does the VIP.
For the people that paid the $97?
Yeah, they get a 30-minute laser coaching session with
Oh,
me.
wow.
Mhm. And let me tell you what can happen in 30 minutes. So most of my laser coaching sessions are 20 minutes. That's how I work with clients. In a 20-minute boom, boom, what do you want to achieve? What do you want to avoid? What's the aligned action? Like bust out those limiting beliefs. And I did this one as 30, so we could take a few minutes to get to know each other a little bit, right? So that I set that sacred space so that they know they can say anything they want. No one's I'm not gonna judge. I'm not gonna think any kind of way about it. And it is their safe space to totally expand.
That is a great gift. So, for those of you who bought the $97 ticket, there's a number of wonderful gifts that you get as bonuses. And, excuse me, if you are one of the free people or the $47 people, you can always upgrade to get this gift, because this is.
I'm worth it alone. I'm worth the upgrade alone.
Well, this process truly, it's a non-spiritual approach to a very spiritual pathway. And it's basically how to manifest. I think so many people teach it wrong. But I think that the process, the way you've described it, is right on, because you have to see what you want, you have to be what you want, you have to take action, you have to just know, and you have to let go of judgments of others, forgive them, and just look at yourself. And the biggest thing that I teach people is stop taking everything personal. Once you do that, you stop reacting to a lot of stuff.
That's a big perspective to shift though, right? Because Beverly, isn't it all about me?
Yeah. We all think that.
How's that working out for us humans? Right?
Yeah, well, most fights are because someone took it personal.
For sure.
How many friendships broke up because of it, you know?
Yeah.
How much wasted time was spent angry that didn't need to be. Yeah. So great gifts, great talk. It was wonderful
you.
talking to you.
Thank you.
Really appreciate your being on the summit. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All righty. Okay. I don't know why it always brings up another screen. One of these days I'll figure that out. But isn't Mindy delightful? She is so cool. I really enjoy talking to her. So the next person up will be Takara Shaler. You probably remember her from day one. So I'm going to turn her on right now. Well, turn her on. I'll play her video right now. Well, everyone, we have our next speaker. It is Takara Shaler. She is a spiritual treasure hunter. Takara is best known for helping authors become bestsellers and individuals experience profound personal transformation so they can achieve their dreams. She's known as the spiritual treasure hunter, excuse me, for her 3 decades of helping people find their internal treasure. She is a 4-time best-selling author, speaker, engineer, alchemist, and mystic. Wow. Today she will talk to us about intuition as a superpower in business and life. Welcome, Takara.
Hi, thanks for having me.
I'm going to turn this over to you, okay?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay. Oh, okay. So you can now share the screen. And
All right. Are we ready?
yes, it's all yours.
All right. So, intuition as a superpower in business and in life. So, most people spend their whole lives trying to figure things out logically, right? They think about things, they ponder things, they read endlessly, trying to figure out with their logical mind the best products or programs they should be offering in their business, or the coaching package or whatever that happens to be. They also are trying to find the right mentor or the right training program that they should purchase, or the person in the industry that they're in that they should be emulating, right? And they try to figure that out all with their logic. They also are trying to figure out other things like the best courses to take and the software they should buy. And there's like so many decisions as a business owner and as a spiritual person. And all of that we're trying to do day in and day out with logic alone. Okay. So there's also like, what's the best job or business opportunity that I should say yes to? And maybe even more importantly, what should I be saying no to? Okay. So this again is how most people operate, and it becomes stressful and they're all in their head, right? And we know as spiritual people, we're really supposed to be coming from the heart. We're supposed to be bridging between heart and mind. And trust me when I tell you, as an industrial engineer, I know all about trying to make logical decisions. But there is a far better way, okay? And that way is to finely tune your intuition. Amazing, amazing, amazing things can happen when you do that, okay? So some of the things that intuition can assist you with are, I guess it's going to pull them up one at a time. Sorry, I just finished the slideshow. You can avoid unpleasant people and situations, right? How many times do we make decisions or do a joint venture or even become partners with people that it turns out that was a bad idea? I know a really famous, just astronomically famous guy who went into business with a person who had lied to him, but he didn't know that he had lied. He'd misrepresented his background, this other person had. And so this guy had basically given him half of his business and they were co-leading stuff. And then after years of working together, I don't know how many years, but I know that this person I'm describing was absolutely distraught when he discovered that his business partner, this person that co-owned the business that he had started from scratch and grew to multiple millions, had lied and misrepresented his background and was not the person that he thought he was. And it was about a topic, the misrepresentation was about a topic that was like one of those, you would never lie about that, but this guy did. It was devastating for him, and so if you have intuition that's finely tuned, those sorts of situations can be avoided. Also, the next thing is you can uncover opportunities that you didn't even know were there, okay? And that's pretty profound. I've had many, many, many situations where following intuition, amazing things came my way, and we'll be talking about some of that in this presentation. It helps you make far better decisions. And there's certain things you need to do to fine-tune it and tools you can use to, activate and work with your intuition. But in the long run, it helps you make better decisions in business and in life, hence the name of this class. All right. It also helps you save money, because if you use logic and you paid attention to the marketing of a particular program or particular mentor, and you spent all this money and it turns out that wasn't the thing for you, it's not the thing that changed the trajectory of your business, all you end up with is more bills and not a better improved business or your own self, whatever that you'd spent it on. It could be nutritional products, it could be exercise regimens, it could be software for your business. All of those things cost us money. And if we can utilize intuition in addition to our logic, we save a whole lot of money in the end. So why should you pay attention to me? What do I know about intuition that makes me infinitely qualified to talk about this subject? I've done some truly incredible things because I follow intuition. It helped me become a bestseller with my very first book in print. I had a goal of becoming a best-selling author, okay? But in my own mind, I thought that was a far off goal because I write multiple books. I'm a writer, primarily. And so I knew I was going to put out a ton of books. And I thought somewhere way off in my career, I was going to become a best-selling author. But following the breadcrumbs that the universe left for me, following the intuitive nudges that I received, I was able to become a bestseller with my very first book. And now I've helped a whole lot of other authors do the same thing. I was able to land a business deal with someone very famous in only 5 minutes because I followed intuition right in that moment. You know, the thing about intuition is you get these little nudges, the ones that most people don't even pay attention to. But if you follow them, magic happens, but they almost always require that you take action. Go somewhere, say a certain thing, show up at a certain place, do something unusual. All of those get you to great things if you know exactly what you want. It's part of the manifesting process. One of the biggest things, one of the most magnificent things, one of the most incredible things I've been able to do following intuition is live on a $1 million yacht in Fiji in the South Pacific. And I was able to take my son there. And it was just myself, my son, and the captain of the boat. And we lived there, and it was heaven on earth. Okay? And it never would have happened if I hadn't followed intuition. Another experience that I got was my son's college tuition was paid for completely, 100% paid for, okay? Now, if you know anything about manifesting, you know that you have to have clear goals. So each of these things were clear goals I had in my mind. Now, the one about Fiji, I didn't know exactly which island I wanted to go to, but I knew that I wanted to go to a tropical place, and I'd been putting that out to the universe, and that opportunity showed up. But on my vision board, which is something else that I teach, manifesting and vision boards and all that stuff, because I've recently written a best-selling book on that that's endorsed by Jack Canfield. One of the things on my board was this cap, you know, from graduation from college. You know, you get the funny little cap, right, with the mortarboard thing on there, and also a scroll, which would represent the certification, you know, the degree is finished. So I had that front and center on my vision board, this giant thing, to stay top of mind for me because I wanted to put my son through college. And so one day I was about 30 minutes away from where I live. I was in a little town there that I go to shop sometimes. And I had this intuitive nudge to go into a Goodwill store, you know, a secondhand shop. And sometimes I used to go into these secondhand shops because I used to do a lot of booths at expos, selling my books, selling my product lines. And I would often, you know, find cutesy things that I could put in my booth to make it more beautiful, to make it more interesting, to better showcase some of my products. So I thought that's what I was going in for. And I'm looking in that section, you know, the part of the Goodwill store that is little knickknacks and little things. I saw nothing at all. And I thought, what the heck am I doing here? You know, I was clearly intuitively guided to be here. What the heck, you know? And as I looked across the store over top of all the racks of clothing, I saw the top of the head of one of my friends. And I was like, oh, I'll just go say hi to her because I don't know what the heck else I'm doing here, you know? And I walk over there and we start a conversation. And in the middle of this conversation, she says to me, did you hear about that program that our city is doing? I'm going to cry. To put kids through college. And I said, yeah, I heard about that program. I saw something about it on social media, but I assumed, because I homeschooled my kid and you homeschooled your kid, I assumed we didn't qualify. So I never even looked into it at all. And she says, we do qualify. So she gave me the information. You know, when she got home, she sent me the information. And so for the next month, I did nothing but fill out all the paperwork and go to the meetings and be on the phone with people because I was way behind the curve. There were all these people trying to get their kid to qualify for this thing. And they'd all had a few months ahead of me, right? So I just devoted time and attention and energy to dot the I's and cross the T's and do all the stuff you have to do to qualify for this. And in the end, my son's college tuition 100% paid for. He has no student loans. I'm not out any money at all. They even paid for books. I mean, it's just crazy. If I had not walked into that store that day and started a conversation with this woman, that never would have happened, okay? And that is how most of these occurred. Go now, do this, okay? And when I was guided to do them, the things I was guided to do seemed to have absolutely nothing whatsoever to do with my goals. But ultimately, they were all about my goals, but I didn't know it at the time. I just took the actions because I knew I should. Way back in the day, my kid is now, like I said, through college, but way back in the day, I knew the day that I got pregnant. I knew it was a boy. And later on in the pregnancy, I knew that he was backwards. All because my intuition is finely tuned, and I'm going to teach you and show you a few ways you can do that for yourself to get yours more more on track, more enhanced. Many people use it every day in business and in life, okay? They've done a study of how many people in regular everyday life use their intuition, follow their intuition, trust their intuition, okay? And in those studies, it turns out about 50% of the people follow their gut instincts, pay attention to their gut. But they also interviewed CEOs and people that own corporations and small businesses. And what they found was 62% of people who are at the CEO level follow their intuition and their gut instincts. And you've read, like Oprah follows her intuition. The guy that owns Virgin everything, right? Virgin Galactic, Virgin Airlines, all that stuff, he follows his intuition. And one of the tools I'm going to show you later, Leonardo da Vinci and Albert Einstein both used that tool. It's an intuitive tool, okay? So lots of famous people, lots of well-known, successful people use their intuition along with their logic, all right? Give me a sec while I just check how I'm doing along the presentation. Okay, one of the things I want to show you is there's a lot of different kinds of intuition, right? There's clairaudience and clairsentientness and clairvoyance and like all these different things. Mediumship, you may have heard of some of these. Some of these you may have never even heard of. But the truth is, you have inside of you the ability to do all of these. It's available to all humans. The problem is that it lies dormant. It lies dormant. But certain people, through using certain skills, some people are born with intuition, and somehow over time, even going through life, they maintain that ability. But most of us, even if we're born having intuitive abilities and utilize them as small children, eventually that peters out. We're told we're wrong or whatever it is. The well-meaning adults around us tend to shut it down, okay? And so we shut it down because somehow we believe that it's bad or whatever it is. Some people are lucky enough to have families that support them and know that it's really natural and it's really normal, and they help them, maintain that and even improve it over time. But we all have these abilities. They just lie dormant. So with just a few things that you can do, you can turn yours back on. You can activate yours. So with all these different kinds of intuition, which one's the most important? Now, they're all important. They're all great abilities, but which ones help you in business? Which ones help you, have those sorts of miraculous moments like I was describing? So that one is claircognizance, or inner knowing. That one gives you a distinct advantage in business and life because you just know things. You often know where to be, what to do, and what to say in any given moment. And that is a game changer. It's an absolute game changer. So claircognizance means to know, okay? And that's the one that I'm suggesting that you turn on and activate and enhance and work with. and begin to utilize and begin to trust. So I've put together this cute little Venn diagram to talk about 3 of what I consider the most important activities that you can do to improve your intuition. Okay? One of those is activating the pineal gland particularly. Another one is to do things with your chakra system. And the final one is a term I call the 5 sacred sacraments. So it's actually 5 things that you can do to enhance your intuition, but that you want to, utilize one or more over time. The more you do them, the better your intuition will be. So before we get into this right here, I just want to drink a little something. My mouth is super dry. Anyway, so we're going to do some activities. I'm going to talk you through each of these different ways for you to enhance your intuition, so maybe you can have the kind of miraculous events happen that I was talking about. So the first way I talked about was the pineal activator. Now, the pineal gland is a gland in your head, and if you've ever seen yogis or people that practice Eastern religions, you might have seen a dot on their forehead in red or white or something like that. That is, they've been stimulating by moving their hand around on this specific point. They've been stimulating their pineal gland, okay? And the pineal gland, a lot of people believe, Western, if you study the chakra system or you study the energy centers of the body, you might have heard of the 7 main chakras in the body. If you are aware of that, then you might have been shown that the third eye chakra, you might have been shown that it's in the wrong place, okay? Because a lot of people in Western society put it right in the middle of your forehead. That's not where it is, okay? That is not where it is. It's at the peak of your brows. The peak meaning the highest point on your brows, right in the middle between there. And the reason that I know this, I was doing an article or writing something in one of my books, and I decided to go do a deep dive and study it in Google and find out, and I ended up following some people in India who this is their culture, this is what they know, this is what they do. And I watched a video, and this person who was talking about the chakras, and she was talking about this chakra in particular, she was saying from a medical perspective, because she was some sort of medical professional, she was saying that a group of nerves all come together right there. So it's not up here, it's down here. And when you stimulate that by touching it or gently tapping it, I wouldn't do it very hard, but I like the circles, just rubbing little circles on there. When you stimulate the pineal, you are starting to turn on and activate your intuitive ability, your claircognitive ability. So what I have for you, a little, present basically, is this beautiful little tuning fork created by my dear friend, world-renowned sound healing pioneer, Jonathan Goldman. You may have heard of him. He teaches classes on a lot of online platforms. He's been around forever. He's some organization said he was one of the 100 most influential people, I think in the New Age community or empowerment. I forget what the title was, but he's very influential. He's very well known. He's been Grammy nominated. He has so many CDs and things. I've studied for years with he and his wife, Andy, sacred sound and sound healing technologies. And he's created a whole series of tuning forks. This one is particularly designed for the pineal gland, okay? So what I'm going to do, if I was in front of you, if you were in a class with me and we were in person, I would tap the tuning fork, right? And I would hold it in front of your third eye, and I would make little circles with it like that. And then I would tap it again, and I would aim it right at the third eye. Okay, and you can feel, if you're sensitive at all, you can feel that little vibration happening. So I'm going to tap it much harder than I did just now to demonstrate. I want you to close your eyes. And when I tap this, I want you to imagine that I'm standing there holding this, doing these little circles right in front of your third eye. So close your eyes and imagine that I am making little circles right in front of your third eye chakra, your energy center. And now I'll do it again and imagine that I'm aiming it right at your third eye chakra. Now, depending on your speakers, depending on whether you're listening in stereo or just from, your phone, you may or may not feel the vibration as strongly as you would if you had on really nice earphones or earbuds or something like that. But just sit with it. Sit with that vibration. Feel the activation in your body, in your pineal gland. Feel the activation happening. There are many, many ways to activate the pineal, to help stimulate it and help it do its job better. And the pineal activator tuning fork is just one of those ways. All right, so you can come back and open your eyes again. So just notice, again, notice how you felt. And if you feel a difference, if you feel a stimulation like behind your eyes or in your head or at your third eye, you might want to write a little note about that. Make note. The other thing I want you to do while we're just being this right here, I started talking about what people in Eastern religions do where they stimulate this point, okay? So I want you to just take one of your fingers, it doesn't matter which one, and just gently do little circles on that point at the peak of your brows, stimulating that. You can also imagine that there's light coming out of your finger, just white light or golden white light or golden light or whatever kind of light you happen to see or sense or imagine. And you can imagine that happening as you're rubbing this point. Imagine yourself stimulating it with light. If you've ever seen E.T., you know how his finger lights up? Imagine that happens. That your finger lights up and you're taking that light and you're stimulating your third eye, your pineal. It's powerful. When people in those Eastern religions put on their bindi, they're using one or more they're using different spices, and they use different spices depending on their particular who they are in the world, because different spices do different things. And so some people need the red and some people need the white, and some of us use the white without liquid so it shows up completely invisible. Okay, so you can put this on, gently tapping it, and you can't even see it. And not only does it activate and enhance your intuition, but it's also a protector from negative energy. That was something else that I learned from talking to these people that are engineers and medical professionals in India, talking about the purpose of some of this stuff. So these are just some things you can, but you don't have to have the powder, you don't have to have any of that. You can just gently tap it, or you can gently do the circles, and you can be activating your own pineal gland. And over time, if you do this, you'll start to notice a difference. You'll start to have more intuitive promptings. The other way around this is when you get an intuitive prompting, maybe it's a sudden flash of a vision or a sudden idea, I should call this person, I should go to this place, I should put this away and go work on this other thing. When you have those intuitive promptings, the idea is notice and take action right then. Stop everything and do the thing. Okay, so once again, I'm going to drink a little something. It's high hay fever season where I live, and I've taken an allergy pill, and so my mouth is super dry, and that's why I keep drinking. And I'm also talking a lot, which also dehydrates you. So I want to tell you the story about how I got on $1 million yacht in Fiji. Okay. I had on my vision board and also in some of the work that I was doing on my websites, I'm a web designer, I was putting up these beautiful images of sandy white beach, beautiful turquoise ocean, and this beautiful palm tree. I was making some changes to the overall look and feel of several of my websites, and I was doing pages by page by page because I've been online building websites since 1997 or 6. That's a long bloody time, right? So some of my very, very old websites, there wasn't a template. If you couldn't make a global change like you do with WordPress, if you wanted to change stuff, you had to change it page by page by page by page. And some of these websites had hundreds of pages. So I was looking at this picture over and over and over and over. I was calling it in. I was sending this note to the universe saying, I want this. I want to be standing on that sandy beach, looking at this palm tree, seeing that water. That's what I was sending out to the universe. In the middle of doing all these upgrades to my website, one day I had this fleeting thought, just a hint of a fleeting thought. I wonder about this particular artist, this photographer. I wonder what he's up to these days. I used to live on the San Juan Islands. And in the San Juans, they're, small islands, the orcas live there. It's the most beautiful terrain you've ever seen. And I had become friends with a famous photographer who took photos of orcas. And it just occurred to me, this is many years later, it occurred to me, I wonder what he's doing now. I wonder if he became more famous than just on the island because he had a gallery on the island. I wonder if he's now known worldwide, maybe throughout the States, maybe, I was just curious. That was what the fleeting thought was. When I have a fleeting thought, I stop everything, absolutely everything. And I follow that train of thought because I've meditated for many, many years. And when you've meditated for many years, you don't have stray thoughts. You don't have a monkey mind. You don't have a chattering going on. So when something unusual comes through, you stop everything, you pay attention. Okay. So I paid attention to, I wonder what this guy's doing. I Googled it. Turns out he had a Facebook account. So I went and asked to be his friend on Facebook. Okay, I'd followed my intuition. I looked at a few things. I found out, okay, this is what he's up to now. I went back to my work, didn't think about it anymore. A few days later, I had another whim of a thought go through my brain. And the whim of the thought was, the San Juan Islands are small. There's not a lot of people that live there. Now, it's very popular in the summer, like a lot of stars have a second or third home there for the summer. But the people that live there year-round, there's not that many people. And I lived there, and he lived there. So I bet there's people that I know that he knows, and I bet they might be on his Facebook page or his friends list. So I went back to Facebook, and I went through his friends list. And I kept seeing different names. And I was like, oh, I remember her. No, she's a musician. I loved her music. And, it was sort of, looking back in fond memories. Okay. And then I came across this name. And the second I saw this name, I broke out in a grin from ear to ear. And I was like, oh my God, Brian. I was so excited. I was like a little giddy kid because I'd seen this name. And so I asked to be Brian's friend on Facebook. Now, Brian, when I lived in the San Juan Islands, he was the port commissioner, and he used to be a yacht broker. Okay, that means he sold yachts. And so he would call me up like on a Thursday night or a Friday during the day, and he would say, how would you like to go to dinner? And I would get this big grin, and I would say, oh my gosh, I would love to go to dinner. And the reason I so loved to go to dinner with Brian is because going to dinner with Brian meant getting a boat ride on a gorgeous yacht and going to some other island and going for a really nice meal. So I got to ride on a boat and get to see orcas and got to do all the cool stuff, right? It was a lot of fun. And that's what a whole evening with Brian was like if I went out. So we used to do that periodically, So when I saw his name, that's the memories that flooded in my head with, the San Juans, the great meals, the wonderful boats, like all of that. wonderful conversation, like all, it was fun. Hanging out with Brian was fun. And so those memories flooded back, and, I reached out to him. And as soon as I reached out, we started emailing back and forth. I may cry again. So it turns out that Brian was in Puerto Vallarta, Mexico. It had been his lifelong dream to circumnavigate the globe in his own yacht. He was into yachts, clearly. And he was in Puerto Vallarta. He'd manifested the boat, $1 million yacht. And he was about to embark on this, who knows how long trip where he was going to circumnavigate the entire globe in his own $1 million boat. And I was so excited for him because, I'm all about manifesting, and people, when somebody achieves their dreams, it gives me tears. I'm so happy for them. I was so happy for him. I didn't know it was his lifelong dream to do that, but I was so happy he was doing it. But then what happened was he started inviting me to come to Puerto Vallarta, jump on a plane, come down here and do it with me. I was like, yeah, okay, I can't do that. I got a kid, I like work, like I'm not going to do that. But he started sending me pictures, and he started sending me pictures of dolphins, and he started sending me all these things, knowing that it was going to pull at my heartstrings, and knowing that every part of me wanted to do all that, right? Because he knew me. And so I just I laughed, we were flirting. He was flirting with me, enticing me to try to be on a boat with him, and I was like laughing and saying no. And then he took off and was on 17 days on without seeing land. He and this whole armada of sailboats. His was a motorized boat, but the rest were all sailboats. They didn't see shore for 17 days. And then as soon as he landed and got to Wi-Fi, he started sending me more messages. He sent me messages from Bora Bora and Tahiti and all these amazing places. And he said, come to the island, come to the island. And I kept saying no. And then he sent me a message and he said, I need you to come to Fiji. And I need you to stay on board for however long. He told me how long. And then he said, and then you can fly back from Brisbane, Australia. And as soon as I saw those words, every part of my being wanted to do that. And I wrote him back and I said, gosh, Brian, I would love to do that. But I can't be gone for that long. I have a kid. And he came back immediately with, bring the kid. So I did. I flew my son to Fiji, and it was the most glorious experience ever. And we went to see where they filmed the Blue Lagoon, and we went to see where they filmed the Castaways, and we ate, and we were, like we had a private audience with the chief of the only tribe in Fiji that's led by a woman. I mean, it was so incredible. That's what's possible when intuition is strong and you follow it. Because there's no way on earth I could have known that looking for a guy to see if he'd become a more famous photographer was going to land me in Fiji on a beautiful beach. It touches me that deeply because it's such a miracle in my life, right? There's many others, but you get the idea, right? So when I say do this stuff, I'm not kidding. Miracles can happen, but you have to be clear about what it is that you want, and then you have to follow those intuitive promptings. All right. So another way to enhance your intuition is to work with your chakras, your energy systems, your energy centers in the body. Now, you probably heard of the 7 main energy centers. The base chakra and the sacral and the solar plexus and all these, right? But there are others, okay? I've got here in this image, this is the chakra system that I work with and what I teach people and what we activate. But when you work with the different chakras, you're opening up all the energy centers, you're moving the energy, because all of them play a role in your intuition. It's not just the pineal. Okay, all of them play a role, and the more activated and aligned and in harmony and balance they are, the better. Okay, so I'm not going to teach you anything. I don't have time to teach you how to get all that done, right? But study them. If you do some sort of energy healing process, Reiki, there's a million, Barbara Brennan, Hands of Light, Reiki. I even have a whole methodology I brought down from the universe, right? If you do any kind of hands-on healing, you can just place it on these chakras, right? Like I used to do that all the time. I would like meditate in the morning, and as soon as I was done, I would call in the energy I work with, and I would do my different chakras and just, I'd hold my hand on there, and I might count to a certain number. Maybe I count to 10, maybe I count to 30. It's whatever, you feel like, or whatever you feel guided on. But you yourself can stimulate and activate and work with all of these. It's a lot better, especially if you've never done it. It's a lot better to work with someone who teaches these courses and does all these things to activate and align and balance them all. But you can do a lot on your own. All right, next. This is what I call the 5 sacred sacraments. Okay, it's just a name I gave to the 5 things I think everybody should be doing, not only to enhance their intuition, but also to help their personal spiritual journey of evolution toward ascension. Okay, I call them the 5 sacred sacraments. And sacrament just means it has a sacred quality. It's something mysterious, but it's also, you're making this thing sacred. You're making your life sacred if you do these things. I recommend you do each of them every day. But obviously, if you've never done any of them, that's a little too much, right? You want to start with one. And as that becomes much more of a habit, a natural part of your everyday, then you want to add another one, and then another one, and then another one, okay? So the first one is meditation. And when we talk about meditation, there's like 8 million meditation courses out there, and some are better than others, obviously. I highly recommend that you be in theta, that whatever system you use, you are getting yourself into a theta brainwave. And in another event somewhere, Dr. Beverly and I had a whole conversation about theta brainwaves and how important it is, and that shamanic drumming is one of the ways to get into theta. You don't have to do the drum. You can listen to the drum beat. There's many other ways, but to get into theta almost always requires that there be sound supporting you to do that, okay? Another one of the things I recommend is time alone in silence in nature. Time alone in silence in nature. Nature is the great healer. It's the greatest place in the world to get insight and to ponder your life and get new perspectives. You think about Native Americans and they go on vision quest, and they seek answers from Great Spirit and the animals and nature and their ancestors, right? They're seeking answers. Western men and women have disconnected completely from all that, pretty much. We're disconnected from nature. We're disconnected from the divine. We're disconnected from our ancestors. And so in the animal kingdom, in the nature kingdom, you want to reconnect with all those things. And I know that Dr. Beverly has, some of these sorts of things. If you look at, the name of her business, that's a bear totem that she has. Clearly it's shamanic, right? But there's a lot of different things out there. But time alone in silence in nature, it can be 15 minutes, it can be 3 hours. Always done safely though. Be sure that you're being safe if you're in nature. And if you can't go to somewhere safe, then what you want to do is take a friend, right? Have 2 or 3 people and you decide to go hiking together. And sometime during the hike, you walk in silence. 15 minutes, 30 minutes, whatever you decide together to do. But that way you're just drinking in the scenery, you're noticing rather than, entertaining your brain with whatever everybody's talking about. Or you can go to a clearing together or sit on logs together or wherever you want to sit. And you can sit close enough to each other that there's safety, but apart enough that you can have your own experience and you can have your own little meditation there out in nature. If you're not near nature, if you're not near a park, if you're not near hiking or anything like that, bring nature indoors. Listen to the sounds of nature. They've done studies. It makes a massive difference in your health and well-being to listen to nature sounds, waterfalls, the ocean sounds, birds singing in the forest, whatever it is, nature is soothing and healing to the soul. The next thing on the list is pendulum dowsing. Okay. Oh, sorry, skipped one. Exercises that open the energy channels of the body. All right. I know of 3 that do this. I'm sure there's others, but these are the 3 that I know of. Yoga sun salutations. Right. It's a whole series of exercises. You can see tons of YouTube videos showing you how. Another one is Tai Chi and Qigong. And the final one is called the 5 Tibetan Rites. And again, you should probably be able to find YouTube videos or something else out on the internet about those. But all of those open the energy channels. They work with those chakras, okay, but they also open the meridians and the whole energy flow within your body and between your body and the universe. The next one is dowsing with the pendulum, okay? This is a pendulum. I'm trying to get it so that you can see it. And that's just basically the weight at the bottom of a string. And when you pendulum dowse, you're opening up a 2-way communication with the divine. Prayer is you sending signals to the divine, right? But with dowsing, you're actually getting answers. And I have found that dowsing with a pendulum is absolutely positively the fastest way to enhance your intuition. Like exceedingly further better than any of the other choices, just so you know. All right. I have a dowsing program. You know, there's lots of ways to learn how. But other divination practices work as well to assist you in getting that 2-way conversation going. So one of the ways that I like to talk about is using an oracle deck, right? This is one of the newer decks by Kyle Gray. I happen to love his work. I love the art that he puts on his decks. You know, there's tons of oracle cards out there. There's also tarot decks out there. But what happens is you ask a question and you tune in and then you pull a card, you actually get an answer. It's less direct, it's less straightforward. You have to do a little interpretation, but it is a 2-way communication. Dowsing is faster and more direct. Okay, that's why I prefer it, but I also love oracles and I use them all the time. Okay. And finally, working with energy healing tools that help you raise your vibration. I have a whole line of energy healing products, but there's crystals and there's colors and there's sound. There's all these energy healing things that raise your vibration. And when you raise your vibration, it allows you to release the stuff that is lower, denser, and all of that helps you improve your intuition. So I hope in this conversation you've learned a lot. You've got all kinds of tools now that you can go and practice and try. And I believe that that's the last of this presentation. I'm trying to find my cursor. Here it is. So you can find out more about me and what I do on my website, magnificentletteru.com. Thank you so much for this opportunity to talk to you.
Hi, Takara. That was a great talk. I made a couple of notes. Can I ask you some questions?
Of course you can. And once again, I need to, woo! Sorry, I was timing myself. Now it's going to go off. Okay. Sorry about that.
That's okay. I was glad I was muted because I have a new email system. As you know, my email went down and it was set up to Bing. And I went,
Oh
okay,
no. Ba-ding, 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 right?
so I disconnected that while you were talking.
Good, 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 good. Good plan.
But, yeah, I agree with you so much on the importance of intuition. As you know, it's one of the things I teach. When I was pregnant with my daughter, I'd had 4 miscarriages. And I finally got pregnant and I bled for 5 months. The doctor said, don't tell anyone you're pregnant. You're going to lose the baby.
Oh man.
And I'm getting worked up now.
Yeah. I can. I'm Pisces. I have an excuse, right? It's full moon energy right now when we're recording this, and yeah, there's a lot of reasons why there's more tears right now.
And I just sat down on the couch one day and I said, I want to talk to my daughter. And she started talking to me. And I said, okay, it's a girl. I said, are you healthy? She said, I'm very healthy. Don't worry about me. Everything's fine. I stopped bleeding after that. And she was born very healthy.
Nice.
But I was so concerned, oh my God, what if, and it was so wonderful to just communicate, and that's part of your intuition. Part of
Mhm.
it was on a little circle you had. You didn't talk about all of them, but telepathy and being able to merge with someone that way.
Yep.
Another time, now this was a long, long time ago, when you used to have to dial in your computer on a phone.
Yeah, yeah. Wow. Yes, I remember those days.
And I was on a business trip, and I was in Minnesota, and my brother was married at the time. His second wife was from Minnesota, and she said, if you're ever in Minneapolis, you have to go here downtown and do this. And I couldn't remember what it was.
Mm.
But he was in the process of moving from Washington State to Arizona, so I didn't have his phone number.
Right.
And I was on a business trip, but I still have to do my work.
Right.
So I had the phone on the bed and my computer on the bed, and I was going to unplug the phone and plug it into the computer. And every time I reached for the phone, I got, don't touch that. Oh, okay. I'd just sit there. And I'd reach for the, and 30 minutes, I sat there going, I really want to talk to my brother. I really want, I'm going back and forth like, I really want to talk to my brother. Then the phone rang. It was my daughter. She said, your brother just called and said I had to call you immediately and give you his phone number.
There you go. There you go.
And when I talked to him later, he said he didn't remember telling my daughter that. And my daughter didn't remember saying that he said that.
Right.
They just knew.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, exactly. And when you're talking about traveling from Seattle, okay, because I lived in the San Juans. And so that's, I had to take a ferry to get to Seattle to go anywhere, right?
Yeah.
When I was moving out there, I left Pennsylvania. I drove down to Virginia to drop some things off with my family. And then I went down into the Smokies to spend some time there. And then I came all the way across the US and I went to California and then I went all the way up the coast, right? And I was about to get near San Francisco. And I knew that there was a famous chapel in San Francisco that had a labyrinth.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't know, I mean, this was a long time ago. This was a really long time ago. I had read about this chapel and this labyrinth in a magazine. Now, I had packed up everything I owned and I'd sold almost all of it because I was moving to the San Juans. Everything I owned was in my car. A few things were at my parents', but mostly it was like, how much stuff can you carry in? I was driving a Honda Prelude, a 2-seater, we did put a giant box thing on the top, but still, you can only have so many things. I had 2 little things of papers that I was keeping. I'm a paper, like I write, I've got thousands of papers around, right? But I'd gotten it all down to 2 little boxes that I was taking to the San Juans. And I thought, I wonder if I have that article, because back then I used to tear things out of magazines that I wanted to keep. I was like, I wonder if it's in there. And I'm so, I have this ability to see how things are. Like if I pack something, I know exactly where it is in the thing and where the thing is in the trunk or the whatever. I knew exactly if it was there, I knew exactly where it was. So I stopped on the side of the road in the middle of I-5 near San Francisco. Oh my God, right? And I opened the trunk and I got into one of these, I had to take all kinds of crap out, but I got to these boxes and I opened it up and I found that freaking article. And I had no address. I just knew the name of the chapel and I was reminded of what this labyrinth looks like. And my soul was going, you need to go there. I know nothing about San Francisco. I'd never been to San Francisco. I had no idea how you go, what you do, any of that. So I just trusted and I put everything back, and I get back in my car and I drive across the bridge to go into San Francisco and I stop at a gas station to ask them if they know about this chapel. Nope, they don't know anything. Oh my God, how am I going to find this place, right? I just start following intuition and it led me right there. And I that was the first time I realized, oh, I'm really good at this, just following intuition and going exactly where I need to go in a major city. It was pretty crazy. But then I parked and I go inside and there's chairs all over the labyrinth. And I'm like, what? I didn't come all the way into San Francisco for this. And I was like, kind of upset. But I saw this plaque on the wall, and it talked about the history of the labyrinth, and it said, so we built one outside. I'm like, oh, there's one outside, you know. So I run out there. No one was around. I got to walk that labyrinth alone in the middle of San Francisco, and then get back in my car and get back on the freeway and get right back on I-5. I wasn't even off my thing. I mean, it might have even been 30 minutes. Is the only, you know, it was just like I was in, I did it, and I was out. It was amazing. It was so amazing. Intuition. I mean, it's crazy the things you can do.
Yeah, that's the Episcopal Church on California Avenue. They have one inside and one out. I've walked both inside and out.
I just
Awesome.
had an article from a magazine like a couple of years before that. Like I knew nothing about that, you know? It was
Yeah.
interesting. Yeah.
It's an awesome labyrinth. Yeah.
Yeah. It's very cool.
Cool. So you have a special gift for us, correct?
I
Why
do.
don't you tell us
I
about
do.
that?
So when I was doing the presentation, I mentioned that I think it's important to be, when you're meditating, in a theta brainwave state. And so, you know, I have created, brought in, channeled, however you want to describe that, two, I call them shamanic vision journeys. Okay, they're guided meditations, but they get you into theta if you have earphones or earbuds in. Okay, so you can do them without that, but you're going to go into a theta brainwave if you have it in, because they have underneath the music, underneath the ocean waves, underneath the real whale sounds that are part of the recording, it's got binaural beats that are underneath the hearing threshold, but they help you go into a theta brainwave. And so my voice, I walk you through a forest. I take you into the forest. I have you see certain things. You come around a corner and there's a beautiful healing pool there, and you get in and I walk you through all the things that happen there. So one of these meditations is 8 minutes for people that are in a hurry. You have an experience, but it's not a super deep dive, right? It's a way to, like, it's a pick-me-up. It's a wonderful thing if you're new to meditation, or it's a wonderful thing if you don't have a lot of time today. The other one is 38 minutes. It is a very, very deep dive, and it's a profound meditation. And that's what I'm offering for you to have.
Wow, that's really wonderful. Thank you.
You're
So
welcome.
everyone who's registered now can get that gift, because that's for everybody. Well, Takara, it was really wonderful having you here, and thank you so much for being part of the summit.
I'm delighted to be here. I appreciate the invitation. Thank you.
Okay, bye-bye. Okay, everyone, we have a very special guest next. Her name is Melissa Fairchild. For more than 30 years, she has helped thousands who have struggled with overwhelm and chaos to create lives they believed were unattainable. After working with the Veterans Administration for 27 years, Melissa retired to commit fully to her coaching practice. Today, she is a high-performance leadership coach who works with high achievers. Welcome, Melissa.
Hi there. How are you today?
Pretty good. A little crazy. So today you're going to talk about the 10 strategies to leave your work at home, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Wow.
With all that burnout out there, we have got to figure out a way to get a hold of it.
Yeah, you're right about that. So tell us about your personal journey. How did you get started with this?
Well, I actually have been working with veterans for, like I said, for 27 years on addiction and stress. You know, so many of our veterans suffer from PTSD, which is the most extreme form of stress. And so trying to help them get a rein on that and to start having a real life again was a huge challenge that I really enjoyed. And it made such a difference to see their lives change from chaos to something that they actually wanted. And then after 27 years, I retired back in November of 2020. And I went into my coaching practice and everybody said, oh, the CEOs and the high performers and all these folks out there are struggling with stress and they don't know how to even identify it, let alone how to manage it. So that's where I got kind of redirected and was able to repurpose my skills in a way that is useful to everyone.
No, that's true, but I think everybody has stress now. It's been pretty tough times the past 2 years for pretty much everybody. So
Absolutely.
what do you think is the primary struggle that you see or the underlying cause of all the stress you see in the people you serve?
I would say it's a misalignment with their priorities, because without that as a foundation, life tends to kind of direct you and you tend to kind of react to it. But when you're clear about what your priorities, and when I say priorities, I mean like those things that matter the most to you, your family, your partner, your health, your mental health, your finances, whatever those items are, that when you're in alignment with that and you utilize that priority to guide your decisions, everything tends to align up very differently for you. Your time, your money, and your energy now start supporting you instead of you're reacting to whatever's coming up. Because, well, it's like I used to work with my veterans and I'd give the example. So what would happen if you got $100,000 job? Would that be a blessing to you? And everybody immediately says, oh, yes, definitely. I said, well, let's look at it a little closer. This job means that you're going to have to move out of state and all your support system is here. Your children are going to be here since you're divorced. It's a very stressful job. You're not just losing your family support, you're losing your sobriety support, and you're going to have a whole lot more money in your pocket. Is this still the blessing that you thought it was? And when you think about that, that's not necessarily the case right now. It doesn't mean that later that opportunity or one better might not show up. But right now, that what seems like a gift is actually a bigger stressor in the bigger picture. And it's the same for any of us in any decision we have to make. Is that opportunity really your opportunity? Because if it's not, it's okay to say no, and the right one will show up at the right time.
That's an important lesson to remember and learn. So what is your best technique or secret that you have for helping them?
Oh, wow. Well, mine, I guess, is my program, my prioritizing your priorities, so that I'm working with you to clarify your priorities and to clarify. And then once you get them clarified, aligning your priorities and your life together. And that's the biggest challenge, because once you get them identified, now you've got to figure out what shifts and how to shift. And up front, it feels so overwhelming so often. So people don't really know whether, how to do that. All they know is they have a budget and they have this and they have that. And they're used to things being a certain way. And, none of us like change. We don't like to undo the way we've got things. And yet there are so many changes that once you start aligning them up, everything starts aligning together. And that's the most beautiful part. I just love that when I see that. Our resources are the same for all of us: time, money, and energy. What that looks like, varies from person to person. But if you're not utilizing those resources in a way to benefit you, then they start running over you. Those little $5 or $10 purchases seem like no big deal till you get to the end of the month and you're out of money and you still got months left. If you're giving everybody a yes for your time, you leave no time for yourself. And these things that come up that you want to do, you don't have the money or the time to do them because you're so stretched out on every other area. But when you get clear about what your priorities are and whether this thing that's being asked of you supports that or not, suddenly your mind also gets sharper because now it knows what it's looking for. It knows when it starts recognizing the real opportunities, and your intuition gets sharper, and things, your purpose starts to reveal itself, and you didn't even know you had one before.
Yeah.
So, getting in alignment to me is the biggest gift. And then, there's all kinds of other techniques that I can pull in to help support that and help you work through the resistance and the challenges that come with that. But if you really need that foundation of your alignment with your priority to be able to make everything else fall into place.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So how has knowing all of this and helping others with it affected you personally?
Well, first, a little bit about my background, just momentarily. I was born with a hearing deficit, severe hearing deficit that I didn't get hearing aids for till I was 18. So I'm already living in a whole different world than everybody else. Then you add on top of that physical, emotional, and sexual abuse for 17 years. All I knew was stress. So I personally don't believe in the wounded healer because I believe the wounded healer still has too much to keep healing. For me, I'm always working on myself. So I'm my first client, I'm my last client. Doesn't mean I don't have unresolved issues, but I don't have PTSD anymore. I don't have depression. I don't have anxiety. I don't have all those things that come with trauma.
Mm-hmm.
And so I've tried all kinds of different things that have worked at different times. And all of that I incorporate into my own practice.
Mm-hmm.
So when I'm working with someone, I'm listening on that spiritual level as well as on that clinical level and on that professional level. And so working with folks also stretches me to keep trying to find other ways, because when something doesn't work with somebody, it doesn't mean that they failed or that the process failed. It just means it wasn't a match. So constantly looking, constantly helping people to go deeper so that healing is really strong and solid, if that makes sense. Did that answer your question?
Yes, it does. And, if I can say this, I would never have known you have a hearing deficit.
Oh, thank you.
You just, sometimes people with hearing deficits, they talk funny or you can kind of tell. You don't have any of that. So, that's what I call one of those hidden conditions that unless you share it, people would never know, because you've really adapted extremely well. That's a really good for you.
Well, thank you. And you're right. Most people don't recognize this. I have to let them know, because otherwise they're like, she's not listening.
Yeah, I have a friend with severe hearing deficit, and you can tell because sometimes I have to yell for her to even hear because she doesn't turn her hearing aid up enough. But yeah, you do extremely well. So, um, can you tell us what is burnout? Talk about that for a while. That's one of your specialties.
Well, burnout is that state of emotional, mental, and physical exhaustion. It's that exhaustion that comes that no amount of sleep resolves it. And you find yourself, you may not even realize that. It's amazing how many corporate people I had talked to, and they don't recognize or realize they're in burnout. They just know something doesn't feel right, and they're tired and they're not happy with their life or with their situation, and they've lost their sense of inspiration, and they're just kind of getting by a lot of times. So it's really a problem that is caused mostly by work, but it can be caused by other reasons. But yeah, it's that extreme stress. It's not really trauma stress. though sometimes it is, because sometimes it gets mixed in depending on what your work is. But mostly it's this just complete exhaustion. You kind of know what I mean? That
Mhm.
it's in your bones kind of exhaustion.
Yeah. I've been there in the past.
I have
And
too.
you need to deal with it or you'll break.
Yeah, you find yourself coming home, sitting in front of the TV. You don't like anything that's on TV, but you're still staring at it, and you think it's relaxing, but it's really just numbing.
Yeah, it's not.
So, yeah.
Wow. And aren't there a lot of statistics on burnout? And it's pretty prevalent now, isn't it?
Yes, it is. There's a report that 26% of the employees are experiencing burnout. And my suspicion is that that's a low number due to the fact that so many people don't even identify what burnout is. Like it's talking about the corporate world. Most people assume that the stress is just a normal part of the job. It's just what you do. You deal with it. You find a way to cope. So they don't know until they get to that extreme state that something's wrong, and they still can't identify what it is. And then when you add to that 40% of the employees say that their job is extremely stressful. And that doesn't matter that they're working from home. For many people, it's gotten more stressful because now they have to balance, the spouse and the kids at home all day while they're also working, and somehow everything's supposed to get done. And like I said, so many people don't recognize that they're stressed out, but their colleagues do, because
Yeah.
40% say their colleagues need stress management help.
Yeah. Yeah, it affects your interpersonal communications and the other skills.
Absolutely. More than half of the employees say they need help managing work-related stress. 65% of the employees report that workplace stress has caused various difficulties in their life. 34% report difficulty sleeping due to work or coming home with neck stress. I know that for me, when I was working with the VA, there were so often my neck would get so stiff, I'd totally lose my range of motion like it was supposed to be. And there's also a report that 12% are reporting that they've been to doctors. Well, I'm betting that's a low number too, because of how expensive medicine has become in the last 10 years, that a lot of people aren't going to the doctor when they need to go to the doctor. So overall, stress is pretty intense in the workforce right now, and it only seems to be getting more intense.
Yeah, that's one of the things people come to acupuncture for. I get people
Absolutely.
with, oh, my neck hurts or my shoulders hurt, and it's always up in this area here. I usually have to cup them and needle them and deal
I
with it.
bet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the body stores all that negative energy. So people are always talking about work-life balance. Does that work at all?
My experience is that it's not the most effective way to do this. Number one, work-life balance is similar to going on a diet. When you go on a diet, you make all these extreme changes, you attain your goal, and then what happens? You go back to what you were doing that got you in the situation to begin with.
Yeah.
So work-life balance it leaves you kind of flip-flopping back and forth, trying to get some break and not getting some break. So for me, I always talk about work-life integration. The fact is that you cannot, work and personal life are not completely separate entities. If you're a parent and the kid gets sick, somebody's got to take care of the child. You break your leg, you don't leave your leg at home. It goes to work with you, right?
Yeah.
And that may or may not affect your job, depending on what your job is. So trying to keep them as complete separate entities doesn't allow life to flow more smoothly, and it doesn't allow for the flexibility that you need to keep life running, to keep the business running, the job working. So and for me, work-life integration goes back to aligning your priorities with your work. You know, when you get your priorities clear, you start thinking about what job you're doing and how that affects your personal life and whether that is something that's going to be workable for you. Now, when you do get your work and your life integrated more effectively, what they're showing is this really affects positively your job satisfaction, your job performance, your organizational commitment, as well as your life and family satisfaction. It also reduces your mental stress, your emotional exhaustion, anxiety, and depression. It's a win-win for everybody when your life is in alignment so that you're able to integrate the two parts of your life.
It's probably worse now, isn't it, with so many people working from home?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Because sometimes the employer wants you to stay on the job past the hour. You know, it's right there. You're already there. It's easier for you to pick up from work because it's right there. It's harder to walk away from work. Yeah, it's much more difficult. And from what I've heard, it's even more challenging for women, the separation, trying to create the separation with working at home. So I don't have children, fortunately, to have to deal with regarding that. But, you know, I would imagine if you're a mom, life is much more difficult.
So you have like 10 steps to help people. You want to talk about that?
I do. Well, I actually have strategy, 10 strategies.
Okay.
And, you know, the first thing you want to remember, so many people really do not even identify that they have burnout or that that stress is not normal. You know, this is something that our society has set up. Stress is so incredibly normal, and we fall into overwhelm without even realizing it. You know, one little stressor here, one little stressor there, and they just kind of pile up, and you don't even realize that your little plate of that big is piled that high with everything that's going on. So really getting clear about what your stressors are is so important. And being able to leave as much work stress at work really helps to bring about some of that balance. So my first one that is, to me, it's just critical, is make a to-do list for the following day before you leave from work. And that's whether you're at home or you're at the office. You know, the first thing it does is that it allows the mind to dump everything that it thinks needs to be done onto a piece of paper, and it doesn't have to sit there and keep thinking and remembering about it over the evening and over the course of your sleep. So you don't find yourself waking up in the middle of the night going, oh my God, remember to do this, you know? So that list gives your mind a break so that you can go home and put your attention on being at home again. The second thing that is very important is know when to say no. It's a major boundary. And too many of us say yes because we want to impress somebody, or because we're afraid to say no, or because of any number of reasons. And you find yourself way overextended and no time left for yourself. And you're doing things that probably other people could easily do, may even want to do, but because you stepped up, they don't get that opportunity. Sometimes people will say yes to a weekend project when they've already got something planned at home. Well, I can tell you that you're not going to do very well at either one, because you're going to be constantly kind of, how do I want to say this? Your attention keeps going back and forth between the two. You're not really able to focus on one or the other. So your family doesn't get your attention if it's something there, or your job doesn't fully get your attention to get the job done. Nobody feels good about that. Say no, it's okay. There'll be other projects down the road. Another good strategy is get some exercise. Now, this doesn't mean you have to be the warrior. You don't have to go do an hour or two every day. Just simply walking for 15, 20 minutes a day can make all the difference. Whatever it is that you enjoy, get the movement. The movement is the main thing that's important. I don't care if you're doing yoga. Yoga is still movement. But get movement going. It gets the blood flowing. It lets the heavy, stressful energy begin to move out and not get stuck somewhere in the body. So definitely do some exercise, whatever it is that your body can tolerate. Too many people skip lunch. You want to take your lunch break. It's very important to take your lunch break. And I don't mean eating at your desk in front of the computer doing more work. Take the break, you know, go spend time, whether you're eating alone or eating with your peers, go put work aside for that time period that's allotted for your lunch. Actually, eating can be a mindful experience. When you are eating in front of your desk, that's not mindful. You're just eating whatever you can, and you end up eating the wrong stuff than what you need. When you're eating mindfully, you're actually enjoying what you're eating. You can taste it, you can smell it, you can enjoy it. You can enjoy the company that you're with. You don't tend to eat as much. You also tend to feel more satisfied. There's less stress eating when you do that. So eat your lunch, take your lunch break.
Programmers are really guilty of that. We eat at our desk. I did that for decades.
I remember for a few years when I was helping to cover administration at the VA, I couldn't get all my work done if I didn't eat at my desk, but oh my God, it was awful. I put on weight insanely. Wouldn't do that again for anything.
Yeah, that's a big one for people.
Yeah, definitely. It seems like a reasonable thing to do. You know, when we're trying to manage stress, the first thing that we do is we start putting more time into work. So you're eating at lunch, you're taking your work home with you on the evenings and the weekends, and it's the exact opposite of what you should be doing. Those boundaries need to be there so that your mind and body has the opportunity to recuperate, to take a break, to relax. If it never gets a break, that's how you end up in burnout, because it's still anticipating the next stressor that's coming. Another big one is use your vacation time. So often people put the vacation off. They don't take the time. I can't tell you how bad that is for you. Your mind, your body needs a complete dissociation from work for a while. I don't care if it's a weekend. I don't care if it's for a couple of days. If it's just one day at a time here and there, go get away from work. Go do something for yourself. Go have a spa day. Go take a trip somewhere. Whatever it is that you find fun, go have fun. That is just insane how quickly people put off the fun and forget about it.
Decades ago, I worked with a guy who said you always had to take 4 weeks off because it takes 3 weeks just to decompress.
Amen. I couldn't agree with you more on that one. Yeah, I remember when I retired, it was so interesting how I went into this complete exhaustion about 3 weeks later. And it was just my body had finally relaxed and realized we weren't going back to work. You know, you get to relax, you get to let go So yeah, I don't doubt that it does. My next one is take a minute to meditate. Now, so many people think that can't make a difference, but I'm telling you, it can make a huge difference.
Yes,
And
it
I'd
does.
love to do an example for folks right now, if that were okay with you.
Yeah, we just need to remind people, if you're driving, don't do the meditation, come back later, or if you're operating heavy equipment, so either stop, pull over to the side of the road or listen later. So go ahead, Melissa.
Okay, so for those who are in a safe situation, let's just take a nice deep breath. Inhaling all the way to the toes and exhaling from the toes all the way out the crown of the head. Inhaling peace, calm, quiet. Exhaling stress, tension, and resistance. Allowing each full breath to take you deeper, quieter, and more relaxed. Now imagine roots growing from the bottom of your feet deep into the earth. And then invite the energy of the earth to enter into the feet, climbing up through the legs, the hips, the torso, down the arms, continuing up through the neck, through the head, exiting the crown of the head, allowing that energy to continue all the way to the center of the universe. Upon reaching the center of the universe, can you invite that energy to retrace the path that it just came, descending down into the head, through the neck, down the arms, continuing down through the torso, the hips, down the legs, and out the feet. Take one more nice deep breath and gently open your eyes again.
Should have also said, if you're asking someone questions, you shouldn't have. I never want to come back.
No.
Thank you for that. That was a nice, sweet, short meditation, and I was able to go down deep really fast. That was great.
You're welcome. I'm always interested in people's reaction to it, because so often I have folks going, oh, I can't meditate. I've tried 100 times. I'm like, well, just give it a chance, see what you find out. And they're always so surprised how this meditation really does get them right to that point very quickly. And so, so now you've got a shift in your energy, you got a shift in the stress, and you can continue doing whatever is next. And it didn't take much time out of your day.
Yeah.
Another big one for folks is leave your work on time. Now, I understand you may not always be able to leave at the 5 o'clock hours, but at the very least have a regular cutoff time. And I don't mean 9 or 10 o'clock at night. I mean 5:30, 6 o'clock, be ready to walk out the door no matter what. Be writing that list so that you're done and leaving the door, heading on the way home, and start letting go of stress so you can be fully present with your family. Pardon me. You'll feel better. They'll feel better, and you'll all be able to relax together much more effectively. Another place people tend to try to use a way to manage everything is they lose sleep. Stay up too late. Don't go to bed on time. Don't have a regular sleep routine. But research shows you need 6 to 8 hours of sleep. It also shows that women sometimes need 9 hours to sleep because stress affects our body so much stronger. So get that rest, have a routine, get the lights as dark as you can, as quiet as you can. Now, I hear a lot of people say they can't sleep in the quiet. So have a fan running or have a little white noise machine, something, but keep it when it's quiet and it's dark, and that you're more likely to sleep better. If you have trouble falling asleep, this little meditation we just did is a perfect way to end the day and get your body into that place where it knows it's time to go to sleep. Another mindful activity that is really helpful in managing the stress so that you can leave it at work where it belongs is cultivating gratitude. You know, really being able to appreciate those things that you do have in life that are working for you. That spouse, your children, you know, whatever it is that you have in life that you really enjoy, the home that you come home to, really being able to cultivate that and spend time each day acknowledging all of that. It helps to bring balance to that negativity that gets caught up in stress. When we're all stressed out, we tend to think about all the things, other things that aren't working in our life, whatever that may be. So having that balance really helps us to release the sadness and anxiety and depression that come with stress so often. And my final, but not least of important tip would be build the meaningful relationships. We are, you know, our fundamental need is to interact and connect with other people. I'm an introvert. I still need people. I still need contact. And so I have to get out and I have to make that contact, whether that's through phone calls or spending time with someone or, you know, joining a group, whatever it is, really building those relationships so that our tribe of people are available to us to support us and to help us through life's challenges. And you know, just you can't explain the connection that you form with people. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah. When it's there, there's nothing that can replace that. And when it's not there, there's nothing that can replace that until you build and replace those relationships.
Yep.
So with these 10 strategies, you can begin to reduce the stress that you bring home with you, and you give your body and your mind an opportunity to begin to recoup and to support you in a more effective way.
This is such an important message for today, with so many people stressed out and living in fear and all kinds of emotional stuff. And the stress just makes all those fears and other anxieties worse. Like you said, alcoholics get worse, smokers get worse. You know, it's definitely something. So how can people find out more about your work and get hold of you?
If they would, there is my website and there's LinkedIn. So my website is Melissa Fairchild at melissafairchild.console.
It's okay. The link is on the Summit webpage. So if you go to the holistictransformationsummit.com and just click the link that says speakers and go down there, and there's both a link to LinkedIn and the link to our webpage. And then you also have a gift for our listeners, right? Tell us about the gift.
I do. It is my free report called Making Time for the Things That Matter Most. And it is basically my program that you're able to walk through and begin to do on your own if you chose to. So it's a great place to start. And then if you chose to want more information, you can always contact me and I'll be more than glad to work with you.
Well, if you're either a paid or a free Summit attendee, the link to that free gift, to the link to the page with everybody's gift, but you'll just go to the gift page that is in your email. And once on the gift page, you just scroll down to Melissa Fairchild and the link to her gift is there. If you're on YouTube and you didn't register for the summit, it's free. So just go to the holistictransformationsummit.com and register for free, and then you'll get access to her gift. Well, Melissa, this was great talking to you. Such a great message. Do you have any closing words for people?
Really take your stress seriously. You know, because when you do that, then you start making the changes that you need to take care of yourself. And if you don't take care of yourself, you're not able to take care of the people that you love. You're not able to maintain your job. Eventually it catches up with you, and it will catch up with you. So take your stress seriously and take care of yourself. Know that putting yourself priority is an absolute must.
Good advice. Well, thank you so much for being one of our awesome speakers at the summit.
Thank you so much for having me. I've so much appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, bye.
Bye-bye.
Hi, beautiful people. Today, I want to talk about creation, matrix, and the comfort zone. I only want to touch upon the most important facts about humanity. An earthling is a blend of the species on the top of the evolutionary ladder and the soul. The first carries all the components of planet Earth, and the latter is representing the universe. If we understand that, we understand the species we call a human being. This phenomena answers all the questions we are having about the psychology of earthlings. According to Akiya philosophy, this is my philosophy that I have created and adding to it every day. A soul is a knowledge that is able to multiply by division. A soul comes down to earth for the experience. Since souls are genderless and without physical body, they have the ultimate freedom. However, without gender, sexual desire, and attachments, they lack emotions, what is offered through earthly existence. On Earth and other Earth-like planets, such as the cluster of the 5 planets within the Pleiades star formation, souls need the dense and heavy physical body to exist. Why is that? It is because the magnetic field of the planet, known as the ozone layer, I call it a star gateway, prevents the soul from receiving the substantial light to feed on. Therefore, the digestive system is needed to process organic energies offered by the planet. Also, the reproductive system is essential to produce physical bodies. And above all, the physical body provides the ground for cultivating emotions. I am aware of the fashionable phenomena that children should choose their gender and bring themselves up. However, it is a very grave decision, not only for the children, for they get utterly confused, but the parents and the whole humanity. They choose a gender according to the plan they have to fulfill on Earth, and they need proper guidance in using it. Since the soul comes from the universe and carries its knowledge, it is strongly attached to it. As a result, we have certain influences from the heavens, such as the zodiac and the ruling planets. It is important to mention that the 12 star formation zodiac we still warm-heartedly use for predictions is not in alignment with Earth any longer and has not been for about 70, 80 odd years. However, Earthlings do not
Okay, that happened. How many people noticed we'd already heard Jaja? Oh, sorry about that. I'm supposed to be playing Janice Steinbach. I got the wrong one. So I'm going to start it over and get the right one this time. And, okay, I have to do a stop share. Okay. Janice, here we go. Now we have the right one. Sorry, everybody. Fuck. Hello, everyone. And we have our next speaker. Her name is Janice Steinbach, and she is a life coach. She helps life coaches, mental health experts, and professional healers to prevent and relieve burnout. She has been a licensed professional counselor for 19 years and in private practice for 9 years. Welcome, Janice.
Thank you, Beverly. It's so great to be here and to have an opportunity to teach one of my favorite tools to your audience.
Well, thank you. We look forward to your teaching. So tell us your personal journey of how you got started. Why did you choose this particular profession?
Well, many years ago, when I was a student, I won a lottery, an academic lottery, to take a class from a guest speaker. And it was a class on HIV prevention. And so this class inspired me to become more involved in the community. And I went to a workshop at a health clinic, and I was very excited, wanted to learn everything I could so that I could help, right? So I get there, and this mentor is on stage talking about the AIDS patient that he was supporting. And he says he showed up to see the patient one day, and he was having a bad day. And the patient noticed. And so the patient said, "What's going on? Can I get you anything?" And the mentor was taken aback and said, "Well, I'm not here for you to help. I'm here to help you." And the patient said, "You're no help to me if you're not helping yourself." And that shocked me, just like it shocked the mentor when he heard it, that maybe I had some personal work that I needed to take care of if I was really going to be a helpful counselor, which was my goal. So what I learned at the very beginning of my career was the importance of taking care of myself and being a good resource to my clients. And it's something that I've noticed colleagues struggle with. And so I wanted to make that easier.
So you've noticed your colleagues deal with stress. What do you think their number one problem is in dealing with their stress?
I really think the number one issue is prioritizing self-care, whatever that looks like for the individual, having a plan in place. Just like if you take vitamins or supplements to help your body, are there other areas of your whole life, not just one piece of it, but looking at the big picture of what do we need to have resources available for us to share.
Very good. So what is your best source for helping them? What your best secret? You have some tools you use or what?
Well, I'm really teaching them what I do. So that's what I pride myself on, not asking you to do something that I either haven't done or I'm not willing to do myself. So I have a big toolbox after all these years of learning myself, and I really I like teaching things that are a win-win pairing. So these are things that would be good for the helper and that they can teach their clients as well. So I think that's the best, those are the best investments in our professional toolbox, are things that also can be used in our personal toolbox.
So learn on yourself first and then share it with others. Yeah, it's always a good lesson, isn't it? So what kind of tools in your toolbox when people work with you? What should they expect? What kind of tools are you going to use?
So so first, I provide a space. I'm tolerant of all kinds of emotions and experiences that that other people may be shocked or afraid to be with.
You create a safe space for people.
That's my priority, and then I have some energy skills that I integrate with my mental health expertise. So I do some psychoeducation. I really like the experience. I think that is the key to integrating, so that I'm not just fattening up the head, but integrating it into the whole experience of life. So I really like to break things down into doable tasks so that so that they can become part of who you are and what you do, rather than just knowing what I should be doing,
So you teach the
making it
skills.
easier to integrate.
Okay. And then you also do different kinds of tapping, right? Can you demonstrate that?
Yeah. So what I believe is that the body remembers everything. And so this is one way for us to invite the body to release some of that stuff that we're done with.
Yeah.
So it's giving the body permission to let go of stuff. So for example, if my hands are open, I can drop things easily, and I can catch things easily. If I have closed fists, I'm going to have a harder time doing that, even if just one fist is closed, is harder. So it's an invitation to the body to work better for us. And so the first thing that I'd like to teach is called collarbone breathing. And this is a reboot for the body when, so I like to say, when you're putting the milk in the oven, if you're having this moment where you're just confused, you're calling things the wrong name, you turned right when you meant to turn left, and you just feel like maybe your battery got flipped around and is in backwards. So this is, there's a breathing pattern that is in, out, in, out. And I'm going to try and do it loudly so that you can copy me. And then we're going to tap. So tapping or gently massaging on these acupressure points. So while your fingers on your collarbone, we're going to do the same thing on both sides. So it doesn't matter which side you start on. Okay. So, and we're on the back of your hand, in between your tiny finger and your ring finger. So while you're on that spot, we're going to do the breathing in, out, in, out. Okay. And then we're going to put our knuckles on that collarbone and do that again. And then the other collarbone with the fingers. And the knuckles. And then we're switching.
Okay. And you're going to switch.
Okay, so now switch hands. And same thing with fingertips on the collarbone. And knuckles. And switch sides, fingertips. And knuckles. So it's the same breathing, in, out, in, out, with fingertips, knuckles, fingertips, knuckles, fingertips, knuckles, fingertips, knuckles. I know that that may be confusing to start if you've never done it before. But what that does is it resets you. So the body wants you to be healthy. So it's not going to break things if things are in the right direction. It just corrects things if there's some kind of glitch. That's all. So the collarbone breathing is what you can do if you think there might be a glitch. So for example, I don't know if you have if you know how to do muscle testing. The way I like to do muscle testing is with my fingers. So if I say my name is Janice, that's a yes. I say my name is Sam, that's a no. If I said my name was Sam and that was a yes, that would be a problem. So that's one way that sometimes people like to check. So if they say like, I want to be healthy, yes. I want to be sick, no. That's good. That means that that your battery's in correctly. So that's one tool that it's good to have. You know, sometimes we eat something that our body didn't like, or we're under the weather, or I don't know, walked under a satellite in space. Who knows why these things happen? It's not always our fault, but they do happen. So that's just a tool to put in your box just in case.
Now, you also said there was some kind of tapping called sandwich. What's that?
Yeah, so you know it was created by an American because we like things to be sandwiches. So this is a release. So what we're doing is calling to mind a situation that still has some energy attached to it, some emotional discomfort. So it can be something that just happened, if someone cut you off in traffic, or it can be something that happened a long time ago. It can be a very specific situation, or it can be something really general, like your mother. And just hold that thought in your mind. And I'm going to teach a 4-point sequence. And then we're going to, while we hang out on this spot on the back of the hand again, you don't have to hold your hand up funny like that. I'm just showing you where it is. Usually I, leave my hand relaxed in my lap and hang out there. So while we're on that spot, we're going to make some eye movements and sounds, not to be silly, but to invite the whole brain to be involved. And then we do the 4 points again. So that's the sandwich. All right. Oh. So go ahead and just think of something. You don't have to tell your neighbor what it is. Think of something that you would like to release some emotional energy around. And then we're going to go ahead and tap on the inner eyebrow. And then under the eye. And under the arms. So it's like where you might have a bra strap, or might be a tickle spot on some people. And then the last spot is the collarbone, under the collarbone. Okay, So now, while you're hanging out on that spot on the back of your hand, go ahead and close your eyes and open your eyes and look down to one side and look down to the other side. And then roll your eyes in a circle one way and back around the other way. And hum a tune. And count to 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And hum a tune. And we'll do those 4 points again. Your inner eyebrow. Under your eye. Under your arm. And under the collarbone. So that is inviting your body to release any energy that it still has attached to that story. I always like to teach first the sequence, that 4-point sequence, which is for trauma, grief, and panic. So we may like to think that those are completely different things, but the brain doesn't care. It throws them all in the same pile. And so if you had some different energy around that same situation, then you may want to add some other points to your sequence, or just do a completely different sequence. So let me tell you.
What?
Panic.
Trauma, panic. Oh, okay. Well,
Yeah.
Go. Sorry, I'm interrupted.
No, you're okay. So I was just going to show you some of the other popular points and explain why they're different points. If maybe you think that those belong in the same bucket, but for some reason the body puts things in the same group that maybe we think don't belong in the same group, and it separates things that we maybe think belong together. So I'm going to talk first about anger and rage. So anger has a bad reputation because it has a tendency to get people in trouble. Anger is simply the body's way of saying something is wrong, fix it. Okay? Rage is the body's way of saying something is wrong and we can't fix it, so why don't we just set ourselves on fire? Not the best idea.
No.
Right? So anger is 2 points and rage is 1. Okay, so the anger, when we're talking about fingers, it's always facing the thumb near the top knuckle. Okay, so the sequence for anger is that tiny finger and then under the collarbone. Okay, rage is the outer eyebrow. So just next to your temple there. Okay. So a couple of other popular emotions are guilt and shame. So guilt is like anger, only the thing that is wrong is my fault. So I don't like that as much. Shame is when I think that there's something wrong with me that can't be fixed. So guilt is also a 2-point sequence and shame is a 1-point sequence. So the guilt is your index finger and then the collarbone. Shame is under your lip on your chin here. So all of this is going to be spelled out for you on the tapping worksheet that you will get as part of the summit. And so you don't have to worry about memorizing all of this. When we learn something new, it can be overwhelming, and my goal is to not overwhelm.
Well, I'm an acupuncturist, so I wrote down the numbers of those points. So I can remember, I just wrote them down. So
Excellent.
yeah, if you know where the points are, then it's easy to remember them. But yeah, that's kind of, you have to practice that to get used to it. But that's nice that they have a demo so people can rewatch this and watch you do that and show it. One of the things that I've found that's really interesting when you talked about anger and rage is what causes cancer.
Mm.
People come to me with cancer, we have to dig in and release that. I don't use tapping though, I use hypnotherapy, and we get out and release it. And once we release it, then they never get cancer back again because they've released that rage. So that's a really important one for people to know. So yeah, if they do their muscle testing, or if they even, I mean, usually if you have rage, but some people don't. So it's a good one to know.
Well, it's easy to get the emotions confused.
Well, I found in this timeline therapy practice that I do, anger hides the other emotions.
Mm-hmm.
So you can have anger and not even know it. And the outer canthus here is gallbladder. So gallbladder in Chinese medicine is paired with the liver, and liver is has the emotion of anger. So it makes a lot of sense that this would be that point. So it falls right in line with
sometimes
Eastern teachings.
Yeah, sometimes it can feel like grief, or we can misdirect it. So we can feel guilty even if it wasn't our fault.
Mm-hmm.
And vice versa, people can be angry at someone else when maybe they need to take responsibility for themselves.
Yeah, or they feel they're a
Just
victim.
Pick up the newspaper.
Emotions get very, very complex. That's why we need people like you to help people sort it out. So then you have another type of tapping, right? Some kind of reframes, something. What's that about?
Yes. So the way I think about it, the first step is to release. So if you went to the doctor or dentist and they asked, what's your pain number, right, on a scale of 1 to 5, and your pain was 10, then the first goal would be to get you back down to 1 or 0, right? And so if you've been at that extreme pain level for a long time, getting down to neutral feels fantastic. Once you're at neutral for a while, though, you might think, well, these other people seem to be a positive 10. How did that happen? Maybe I should try that. Instead of being on the negative pain side, what if I could get to the positive thriving side of life? So this tool can be used either way. Like I was talking about with the hands, it can be used to completely dump something, or it can be used to hold on to something that maybe has been tricky to get your palms around. So there are 6 sentences, and the idea is to what I like to think about is that we're making a marketing pitch to the brain to think something else. And then we're inviting the body to release any resistance it has to this new idea. Okay, so that's why there are 6 different ways to reframe this. The important thing is that it's phrased in the positive. So if I say, I want to stop smoking, the brain is like, oh, smoking, I like smoking, let's do that. The brain doesn't understand the stop part of it. So we need to phrase it in a positive way. We have to say, I want to have full lung capacity, or whatever you want to do instead. And that can be tricky, but it has to be your words. It can't be mine. And words are hard. So when I say something, it means a different thing to me than it means to you. So it's really great if you can give the brain a picture of what you mean by that. So, so this is really the hardest part of this whole exercise, is coming up with a sentence and a picture to go with it. So I want you to play with that and try some different sentences, but I'm just going to make something up just for teaching purposes today. Okay. So, what do you think, Beverly? Should we do a releasing or receiving sentence?
I think with everything that's going on in the world today, maybe some releasing.
Releasing. Okay.
Yeah, we need to release 2020, 2021.
Oh, I like that. I like that. I want to release. I want to release all the worries of 2020 and 2021. Okay, I like that. So I want is the side of the hand, the bottom of your pinky, like you're going to karate chop something. So I want to release all the worries of 2020 and 2021. Okay, and now we're going under the nose. I will release all the worries of 2020 and 2021. Under the lip, I am releasing all the worries of 2020 and 2021. Next, we're on the finger again, the middle finger this time. I have always released the worries of 2020 and 2021. And the outer eyebrow, I will always release the worries of 2020 and 2021. And collarbone, I am always releasing the worries of 2020 and 2021.
Nice.
So you can see how maybe I get stuck on the I want part, right? So I don't know why I like to pick on smokers, but how many people do you know who have been talking about quitting smoking for years? They're having trouble convincing themselves to even want it, right? So they may have to stay here for a while and just focus on, I have permission to want this goal. Right? And then you might get to this point and stay there for a while. And then you might get to this point and stay there for a while. So, or you might need to break your sentence down if it's too big, right? You need to break it down into some smaller, more manageable pieces so that the next steps aren't, like if this is a step on a ladder and you're trying to get from the bottom, like that's a big step. So just being fair and making your steps more manageable.
Mhm. So that's why it's helpful to have a coach to step you through that. Okay.
Yeah, and sometimes people really struggle with just figuring out the sentence because we are so programmed to think about what we don't want, that just giving ourselves permission to want things, especially if we're helpers and we're always giving. That's why my word of the year is receive. So I'm expanding my capacity to receive, to have more balance in the giving and receiving work.
A good lesson for all of us in the healing heart. That is so true. Now, I understand you have a special gift for us that will help people with what you just showed them. Is that correct?
Yes. So the gift is these directions step by step, so that you can create your own sequence if necessary, depending on what you're holding on to. I would challenge you, however, like I said, the body doesn't always do things the way we think it does. So if you think, oh, that wasn't traumatic, you could be wrong in the way the body identified it. So it doesn't mean that you're wrong, that you're not feeling the trauma of it today. When you think about it, it doesn't seem traumatic to you. But at the moment it was stored by the body, the brain decides very quickly what pile it's going to throw it in. And if it's there, then you may have some trauma, grief, or panic associated with that story, even if when you think about it, you're like, no, I think I was just angry. So if you notice that you would like more relief, just try throwing some other sequences at it and see if that doesn't lighten the story for you.
And that's all in the worksheet then that you have as your special gift.
The all of the different sequence options, and then the step by step of the 6 sentences.
So let's say someone has a trauma and, you know, in their mind, that wasn't such a big deal. Maybe they don't barely remember it and they think, oh, that's no big deal. Will they get a false muscle test on that if they check to see if it is a stored trauma, or will it come out as a stored trauma?
Well, I think that the body will tell it what it needs to do. That's it is also possible that the body could be confused about the words that you're using, especially if it's something that was an early life situation, where you'd never even heard the word trauma. So maybe it's not stored with that kind of language.
Interesting.
But I do think that if there is something that needs to be released, that somehow your body will tell you, whether it's suddenly you have a dream about something that happened when you were 10 years old, or you're watching a movie or news show about something that happened to you, even if it's not a exact match. Maybe there was something in that story that that reminds you of something in your story, and so your body is upset, and you don't even really need to know the details Just allow your brain to take you to that memory, however vague or clear it is, and then you can tap for that story. Let me give you an example of something else that I like to do, which is parts therapy. In parts therapy, we are everyone we've ever been. So let's say that there's a part of me that was 10 years old, and that 10-year-old is stuck on some situation. Maybe they were bullied on the playground or something, and they're stuck on that situation. They don't realize that it's now 2022, and I have moved on. So maybe that part has been creating a story about who they are and what's going on in the world. And that part may have relationship with parts that aren't real, that I did not live in this lifetime. So I'm not going to go and say, oh yeah, well, when I was 10, this happened and I remember that. This could be a coping mechanism that I created internally. I can tap for that part. Okay, so for those of you who think Janice has lost it, I don't know what she's talking about, I would be happy to talk with you to try and explain that better. Just know that it's versatile. If you want to try it, try it.
Yeah. Yeah, I think this is a good tool. I think your explanation was pretty good. I understood it. So, but you're right. If you need help, do call someone who can help you, and coming up with the right questions, especially people tend to use the word not and don't, and the brain doesn't hear those, and it thinks it's hearing the opposite of what you just said. So you're right. Having the right vocabulary and the right words is very important when dealing with the body. That's really
And
great.
also, because this is an energy technique, that means that I can share it. For example, my son, when he was tiny, would have nightmares and he didn't want to talk about it, which is fine, very common. And he was too upset to do the tapping himself, even if he knew how. So I would go, put my hand on his shoulder and do the tapping on myself.
Oh.
And it transferred to him. And with little people who haven't had a lot of bad experiences, sometimes you can just do the sequence and they calm down immediately. I've also used this on rescue pets who experienced trauma. I obviously didn't know what their stories were, but while they're sitting on my lap, tapping on myself, inviting them to release whatever traumatic history they had.
That's nice to
I'm
know.
not allowed to work on animals that aren't mine because I don't have veterinary training. I don't recommend you get into other people's business. If there's a crying baby on the plane or anything like that, keep your boundaries where they need to be. But it is something that you not only can you share it with your loved ones, but you can share it energetically if they need it.
So I can do that with my little Chandler, who gets crazy sometimes.
Yeah, I usually do the anxiety sequence when my dog goes to get her nails done.
Okay. That's great to know. Well, for those of you who are registered, you can go to the gift page that was in the email you got in order to get Janice's gift. And if you go to the website, you can find out how to contact her. Now, if you found us on YouTube and you're not registered, there is a link below so you can register and get that link. So if you do need help, Janice is a great coach. So do you have any closing words for us, Janice?
Well, I just want to say thank you to all of the amazing people who are participating in your summit. And I just thank you for doing the work that you do out in the world. And remember to start with yourself.
Good advice. Thank you so much, Janice. Okay, we're just about a half hour late, but we're going to start right now with Jerry Shelton. And she is online, so maybe she'll think about speaking if she'd like to at the end after we play her her recording. So we're going to go right now with Jerry. Hello, everyone. And our next guest speaker is Jerry Shelton. She is a spirit medicine doll maker at Sacred Spirit Weavers. Jerry is a trauma and abuse healer through storytelling, shadow work, and archetypal doll making. Her crafting of a needle-felted medicine doll takes the maker through a powerful journey of inner self-exploration to reclaim the maker's personal power, voice, and truth. The doll maker tells her story through the doll, and that what often follows is a shift in energy and an intentional manifestation of powerful change in their life. Wow, that's really cool. Welcome, Jerry.
Thank you. I'm really happy to be here.
Well, we're really happy to have you here. So tell us about your personal journey. This is a very unusual thing. How did you get started? How did this become your passion?
Yeah, it was kind of a surprise passion to me. It came late in life, but I feel like I've been on this journey all my life, and this is where it led me to late in life, not until my mid-50s actually. But it started out for me as I experienced severe trauma and abuse as a child and into early adulthood. And that just really put me on a trajectory of a pretty complicated life. Early on, it was really confusing and hard, and I didn't really have much of a sense of myself for a lot of years until in my mid-30s, I stumbled on my very first spirit medicine teacher, and I sat with her for 3 years, like every week. I sat with her and 3 other women in a sacred circle. And that's where things really started getting on the right path for me. And I started discovering who I am. She taught us the earth medicine ways and how to walk the wheel of life. We made a lot of spirit tools and did a lot of ritual and ceremony. And more importantly for me, she taught us about diving into our shadow side and gave us a really safe and sacred space to explore that. And so for the first time in my life, I was able to and learned how to go inward and just really look at that hard stuff and start talking about it and start feeling my feelings and exploring what happened to me. And that was so cathartic. It was just really healing to me, and it changed the whole picture of my life. It changed my environment. It changed the people that I hung out with, and I started finding I started finding my people, you know, and so I just went on that way, that path for a really long time. I'm still on that path, and just started finding community, and the work that I did started reflecting that. And so, you know, just living a very different life. And then fast forward, when I was in my mid 50s, all of a sudden I came upon this spirit doll, this needle felted spirit doll, and it just blew me away. I couldn't stop looking at them. It originated from a woman in Australia who made needle felted spirit dolls. And I just loved them. They really spoke to me. I understood them. I just felt all this expression coming out of me. And so I taught myself how to needle felt. I had no idea how to do that. Actually, you know, Google and YouTube was very helpful. And I sat down and made my very first medicine doll. And that was it. I was just really hooked, because I started finding this way of just going in even deeper. Needle felting really slows you down and it takes you inward. And so I really started processing all my own stories on a deeper level and expressing all of that was inside me through the doll, and inspired by nature and spirit. And, you know, at first I was just making them for myself. And then a few of my friends started seeing what I was doing. I got invited to a small little holiday bazaar at a friend's house, and all of these spiritual women in the spirit community came, and I wasn't even sure if anyone would even like them. And instead, they just all flocked to my table. And next thing I knew, everything I brought sold just like that. And I was like, oh, okay, I think I'm on to something here. And, you know, and it just kept going like that over the course of the next several years. I started going to a few craft fairs and setting up some booths, and that was an amazing experience. It just continued to be an amazing experience, because I've had so many women just walk up to my table, and they'll usually just zero right in on one specific doll. And I've had so many women just start crying and just weeping, and all this emotion comes out of them. And I started realizing that they see themselves in the doll, and they get it. They feel it. It moves them emotionally. And I would have women just suddenly sharing their deepest, darkest secrets to me, not even knowing me. There's just this connection. It was like these dolls had a whole energy of their own, and just moved through me. Over time, I started getting asked if I did classes, because they wanted to make their own. And so that's how my classes and workshops started developing. And it's just gone on from there. COVID really changed things for me, because I wasn't able to go out in person anymore there for a while, because I was doing a lot of classes and workshops and really interacting here locally in Portland. I live in Portland, Oregon. And so that's where people mostly knew me, was here locally. But then COVID kind of pushed me to go more online and get myself out into the world more. And it was a blessing in disguise, because it helped me to really step into this and like, okay, this is what I really do now. It's not just a side thing. And so I opened up my wool shop. You can see some of my wool behind me. And so I opened up an online wool store and needle felting supply shop. And from there, I created some make your own medicine doll starter kits. And it's just been really taking off. I've been very, very busy the last 6 months. And so, yeah, that's my story. This is what I do now. And I had no idea that later on in life, I would be making my living by making dolls. That was a total surprise.
Unusual.
It makes me so happy, though. You know, it's one of those things where I keep doing it and I never get tired of it. Each doll is completely different, and the interactions with other people, mostly women, have just been so amazing and transforming in my life.
Wow, that's really incredible. So what kind of issues are very common for you to see among people that you're helping with these dolls?
A lot of the issues that I see are things like that I have held in myself, just that dark stuff, the hidden stuff. There, you know, as we all know, a lot of women have experienced trauma and abuse, some really, really deep. And so that tends to really suppress a woman's voice and can make her shrink and hide and not feel safe, and sometimes for a long, long time, and it just stays really hidden in the dark. And then it just comes out in all various ways. And so I've just found by doing this work that a lot of those women show up, not everybody, but they're quite a large percentage of women who just relate to what I'm doing. And so it is that shadow stuff.
Yeah. Is there any particular type of doll that you find they relate to, or is it just all different dolls?
Yeah, all different. Because you know, a lot of times they find me through dolls that I'm making and maybe put out there in public or online, and they just start resonating with this one or that one. I write a lot of stories with the dolls, so that's been really fun for me. I've been stretching my writing ability and getting more and more bold with that. But definitely when I started putting stories to the dolls and kind of relating the story to the meaning of the doll, they recognize it and resonate with it. And in the workshops, when they make their own, oh, that's just so magical. They all come out so incredibly different. It's just an expression of each woman and her story.
Do you do the workshops online also?
I'm getting ready to. I just did my very first mini workshop a couple of weeks ago. You know, that's all just been new for me since COVID. So probably in the next month or so, I'll have my very first online interactive virtual class.
Wow.
And I'm excited about that. Very excited. A lot of people are asking me now that are, since I went more online, they're finding me from all over the country, some all over the world. And so I'm starting to definitely get asked for virtual workshops.
So how is that affecting you? How does that feel to now be a global doll maker?
It's so exciting and incredibly humbling and my heart just keeps opening more and more and more. And, you know, it's been a very healing experience for me. All of this, it's very personal to me.
So you mentioned several times shadow work. Can you tell us more about what that is, what that means for you?
Yeah. So, you know, we all have a light side and we all have a dark side. Everybody has it, and both are equally important, but we tend to deny that dark side because it's, you know, the light side is fun, it's pleasant, we're comfortable with that. The dark side is scary and painful and it's uncomfortable, and we don't want to look at that. And so, you know, we tend to just stuff it down, ignore it. But it wants to come out. It wants to be dealt with. It wants just as much attention as the light side. So it's going to work its way out one way or another, no matter how much you try to avoid it. So the dark side is the part of ourselves that holds negativity and inner pain and fear and feelings of guilt and shame. It's the things that we hide from ourselves and we don't want others to see in us. And it also really does a number on our feelings. You know, it keeps us from wanting to feel. Some people really go to extremes with that, of like, I never feel anything. And it looks a lot like, well, if I don't look at this, I don't have to feel that, you know. But that is really going to manifest into some pretty uncomfortable things. So, you know, it's just so important to face our dark side because it has a lot to teach us. It makes us stronger. It helps us heal. It helps us connect more intimately with ourselves. And if we don't look at that, it will manifest in various ways, such as maybe causing a lot of anxiety, sometimes severe anxieties, a lot of inner pain, maybe some depression, and maybe turning into various phobias or anger or rage that we project onto others or ourselves. And we also learn to numb out with various addictions so that we don't have to face our feelings. And also it can manifest very physically into the body as illnesses and diseases. You know, that's definitely what happened to me. You know, having years and years of just chronic stress and abuse and having such a hard time and not knowing how to deal with it manifested as a chronic autoimmune illness in me. And so I live with that now. And, but I've learned how to make friends with that. Instead of it being my enemy, it is a very good communicator for me. And I've really seen the correlation between paying attention to my shadow side, because it's not something that you just deal with once and fix and it never comes back. It's there all the time.
Yeah.
And so with my illness, it lets me know when I'm not paying attention, when I need to go inward, when I need to listen, because my body's trying to tell me, you know, I need this, I need that, you need to go rest, whatever, you know. And I'm able to manage my illness so much better since I learned how to deal with my shadow side. So, you know, stepping into it, it's not something that is a quick fix. Sometimes it takes a lot of time if you're dealing with a really deep issue. And so it requires a willingness to step in and really be with it, look it in the face and feel your feelings and be willing to go through the discomfort and take the journey and process it through. And when you do that, it's so incredibly rewarding. It's, you know, all that stuff gets released out into the light where it feels good again. So, you know, it's really important work.
Yes, it is.
Mhm.
Probably the only thing you didn't say was it probably also impacts your relationships.
Very much. Yeah. You know, a lot of people will become really codependent or attract unhealthy relationships, or be really unhealthy yourself with the relationship. So
Wow.
super important.
So behind you are those medicine dolls. Can we see some?
Yes, yes. So these are some of my personal medicine dolls that I have made for myself. And so this one was very much about my own personal boundaries. I made her when I had some family members come in, and they were not being kind. They were just really attacking me, projecting onto me. And it was really painful at first. And then I was like, oh, I know what to do. I know how to handle this. And I started making my doll and just working through my feelings and realizing that what they were projecting onto me was their stuff. And I didn't need to take it on. And so this is what her mirror is about, was just reflecting their stuff back at them so that it didn't go inwards into me and become my beliefs and my thoughts. She's got her sword up to do her battle. And I made her with her chakra colors so that her chakras are all flowing and moving and open, staying open. She has a crown. It's very much about protection and boundaries. And so she has a bee's nest and porcupine quills in it, you know, to run her protection, but also just a lot of balance and beauty in it too. You know, she can be fierce and beautiful and soft at the same time. So that's what she's about. And I like looking at her. She reminds me of that. You know, I talk about that shadow work. This is my shadow mother that I made. And she was kind of fun. I didn't really intend, a lot of my dolls, well, most of my dolls are faceless because they're spirit dolls, and I want them to be seen through the eyes of the maker, not mine. So I put some dark wool over her face to represent the shadow. And can you see it there? This face kind of came through. She looks pretty fierce.
Yeah.
But she is all about going inward and taking that dark journey through the shadows. And she's got her crystal light packs on to light her way. There's a little bit of humor. Again, a little bee's nest up there for protection. And so that's what she's about. So there's a couple of them. This one, lately, she's been really popular. I've been making some little witchy dolls. And she represents the darkness and the moon, working with the moon magic. And I've sold several dolls that look like her. They don't, like I said, they don't all come out exactly the same, but along the lines, a lot of people have really been liking her. So, And they literally start out like this.
Wow.
Just some core wool and a single felting needle, and then different colors of wool laid over the top. And it's pretty much just sculpting into shape with the needle. And it takes several hours. And like I said, I think I mentioned, it's incredibly meditative and just slows you way down, and you start going inward and listening to yourself.
I was going to ask if it was meditative.
Very much.
Now, you keep calling it felting, but there's no felt, right? It's just yarn.
It's actually wool. It's sheep wool. This is the core wool, and I'm not sure. Why do they call it felt? I don't really know the origin of that. You know, you can get those flat felt pieces. I don't know. It's just called needle felting. There's different kinds of felting. There's wet felting, needle felting. I do needle felting.
Okay.
And then, you know, for example, you can see there's just different colors of wool that you just lay over the top of the core wool and felt it on.
So you don't buy a doll and put something on it. You take this wool and you create the doll out of the wool. Wow.
Yeah.
Sorry about my phone. I'm going to mute it right now.
Yeah. Like one doll will take me, oh gosh, it'll take me a good 12 hours or so to make.
So for a beginner, it's going to take a little longer than that.
Yeah. I do in my workshops, my in-person workshops, like I'm having a little girl's fairy doll making workshop this Saturday, and then the following week an adult class, and we get together. I kind of speed it along, you know, but we're together for a good 8 hours all day. And we do manage to get them pretty finished in the workshop. They take me a little longer because I spend more time on them and do more detail work on them than we do in the workshop. So,
Amazing.
and I've a lot of women have just gotten the needle felting bug. They love it. So yeah.
Well, there's a lot of symbolism too in what you put on the doll. And what
Very much. Through the time that I spent with my medicine teacher a long time ago, I just was so fascinated with the spiritual meanings of plants and animals, and, you know, just everything in nature and all the symbolism. So a lot of that goes on my dolls.
That's really amazing.
Yeah.
So how can people find out more about what you do?
You can find me online at sacredspiritweavers.com. And if you can't remember that, you could type in medicinedoll.com. That'll get you there too. I have that name attached to my website. And there you'll find different classes. You'll find a gallery of current dolls that I have for sale, and a whole really fun gallery of past dolls that I've made that have found their keepers. And like I said, I have the online wool shop and the needle felting supplies with make your own kits. Like this here, this is one of my kits. And you know, so it's got everything that you need, and a tutorial that'll walk you through how to make your own medicine doll. And soon I'll have the virtual classes.
Nice. That's really awesome. I may have to get me a kit.
Yeah, they're fun. What I really like about this kit too is it's very generous. Like this one kit that I have a basic and a deluxe kit, and the deluxe kit makes a good 3 dolls, so that you know, so that you can just keep going and make more. And so it's loaded with wool, really generous. Most needle felting starter kits don't have this much wool in them. So people have been giving me a lot of feedback about how generous the kits are.
Cool, wonderful. And you have for our summit registrants, you have a free gift, right? A beginner's guide to shadow work.
I do. Yeah. So it's called The Beginner's Guide to Shadow Work. And it just goes a lot more in depth about what I talked about here with shadow work. And so it tells you what shadow work is, why it's important, how to gently step into it. And I also have included a downloadable number of questions. It's called 20 Questions to Explore Your Heart's Desire, so that it'll take you inward and just kind of explore what your heart is wanting from you. And there is also a guided body scan meditation to help you to slow down and focus on your breathing, go inward, so that you can hear yourself, so that you can be with yourself. So I think it's pretty good. I've taught several classes about the shadow work, and so this is what I cover in the classes.
Very good. Yeah, much needed work.
Mm-hmm.
So do you have any closing remarks for our audience?
Do I? Well, I hope that you'll come in and visit me, and let's make some medicine dolls, because it's amazing. I think over the years, I see so much surprise in people. They step into it because it sounds fun, and they have no idea how transforming it's going to be. I mean, I actually have had so many women come back to me maybe a year later, maybe 2 years later, after sitting with a doll that either they bought from me or that they made themselves, and they just tell me these heartfelt stories about how much their life has changed, and or their beliefs about themselves. We always make the doll setting intentions for the doll, and I feel like they're very magical. You set the intention, you make them, and look out, because things are going to change. So.
That's really awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Terry, thank you so much for being one of our guest speakers.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Jerry, did you want to say a few words? I know you're online.
Yeah, well, hi, that was fun to be here, and thank you everyone for watching, and thank you so much, Beverly, for having me. This has been a really wonderful experience.
Well, we enjoyed having you and all of our speakers. It's really great. I'm really sorry that you were a half hour late getting played. My dogs had acted up, and I set an alarm to go off when Takara ended, and I set the time wrong.
No.
I was in the other room, and then I got a message from Janice, and I went, oh no. So sorry about that. But yeah, I love your dolls, and I'm so glad that you were part of the summit.
Me too very much. And I hope that it is a really big success for everyone. And I'd love to come back.
Cool. Well, we have another one coming up in September.
Great.
So maybe we'll, if you want to do September, maybe we'll put you early in the day. So you won't be at the end.
Okay. That'd be great.
It happened to work out who got placed where. It was random. Certain people had times, and I put them in, and then it was just a matter of sticking people in between wherever they wanted, and even the day people were on, I don't think you gave me a day, so it was put the people in that had a day and a time, and everybody else just fit in.
Yeah.
So Yeah, because I think what you're doing is really, really awesome. And I have to think about getting a set for my daughter and my granddaughter, because there's three of them. And I think they would have a lot of fun because they do a lot of crafty things together. So they would probably really enjoy your dolls.
How old are they?
Well, my daughter's almost 50, but my granddaughter's 6. She'll be 7 soon. So she's
Yeah.
about old enough with supervision to be
Yeah.
able to make a doll.
Yeah, I had my fairy doll class the weekend before last, and the youngest girl I had was 8 years old, and she started out kind of frustrating because it was taking too much time and all that.
Oh,
You know? But then as soon as her doll started taking shape, she really got into it. And her doll ended up just absolutely amazing. Like it was hard to believe that an 8-year-old did that. It was really fantastic. And she was so proud of it. And in fact, she's going to enter it in her 4-H competition.
wow.
So, yeah.
Yeah, my granddaughter is able to contact me via Messenger, and she's always drawing pictures and making things and then sending them to me. So I know she likes to do things, and I know my daughter's always doing crafts and things with her. So she's used to sitting down and doing things.
Yeah.
You know, not everybody has a mother that does that with them, so they probably don't know how to sit and focus for a while. But yeah, but I think that I agree with you. Doing that shadow work is so important. And a lot of people, you're right, they like to pretend like, oh, that's not me. I'm not like that. That's the hard part to face about ourselves.
Right. Right.
Well, we thank you for being one of our participants, and we thank everyone that's viewed us. And I know a lot of you will be watching us later because that's why you bought either the $47 or the $97. So I'd like to just say a little gratitude prayer as we wrap up. Dear Divine, the all in all, we love you, we honor you, we appreciate you. We thank you for the wonderful speakers that we've had the past 3 days and their incredible messages and their wonderful gifts that they share with the world. And we thank all of our wonderful guests who subscribed and will watched us the past 3 days or will watch us in the future. We are very grateful for you. And we ask for humanity's upliftment and peace, and that everyone can find love in their heart. How. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Love you, love you, love you. Soha, soha, soha. Okay, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. Bye.